it's nice that you have such a blank slate to try moves, and obviously I'm quite pleased to win.
Sometimes you can compare some lines to normal chess that you already know. But yeah, just use a computer and try to find some ideas, and mainly try to get the king to some decent square. That was my main preparation. That's why this f3 line. Yeah.
Ich habe ja früher als Kind eben auch schon die Open-Turniere mitgespielt. Ich glaube, im B-Open oder so habe ich angefangen damals. Dortmund war schon für die Schachwelt schon immer ein großes Event. Also früher war es halt eigentlich immer mit das stärkste Turnier.
It's a great possibility to be here. I'm very thankful for that. I mean, I just have to step in the train in the morning and ride the train for 10 minutes, and then I'm at that venue, which is great, and I can play alongside the strongest players in the world. So that's just a great opportunity to play here.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate round here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. My name, as always, is Fiona Steil-Antoni, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Artur Jussupov. Artur, only 2 rounds to go, the final weekend. How are you feeling?
Yes, very interesting moment in the tournament, actually, the end game of both events, and I'm excited. It is very interesting pairs, and we have players who lost in the first half of the tournament against the same opponents. So I am sure that Daniel and Michael, they want to come back and take a revenge. Yeah? It's something what you hate to do, to lose a mini match.
Yes. Well, we'll have a look at that, but we'll start actually with the German Grand Prix and see what are the pairings there for today, the big round 6 clash. So we bring up the pairings now as we see that all the players are already on stage and playing. So today we have Erwin Lamy against David Navarra. Both of them are still chasing their first victory in the tournament. What do you expect from that match?
Obviously very hard fight, yes, and they have nothing to lose today.
And then we have our leaders. First of all, well, the leader, Pavel Ilyanov, he's playing white against Matthias Bluebaum, the reigning European champion.
Yes, and that would be, of course, difficult game. And Pavel would try to secure his leading position, but of course Matthias is a very strong opponent.
Yes. And finally we have Bogdan-Daniel Deac, who was our guest here in the studio yesterday. It was very nice to hear from him. He's playing white against Luke McShane, which is another big game because, well, we'll bring up the standings in a moment so you can understand what is going on there. Now things the smoke is starting to clear. So Luke McShane, it's actually his final game. So tomorrow he will not be in a position to get any points. Currently he still has a half a point lead, but everything is up for grabs. Also now with the standings, that's why I wanted to bring them up. Bogdan-Daniel will be very eager with the white pieces to try and beat McShane, and equalize at the very least and get another opportunity tomorrow, while Pavel, he's on 3 out of 4, a great tournament for him.
I want also to mention that chess players, they usually count the points slightly differently. They look at the number of pluses, wins more than losses, and in this sense, McShane has +2, and Pavel Elianov has +2 as well, and Bogdan-Daniel had +1. So this is players with a positive score, and it looks like oddly these 3 players could win the event.
Yes, absolutely. So the podium most likely will, not for 100%, but most likely the podium will be between these 3. And then what remains to find out is in which order, but we'll find out about that tomorrow. And now let's look at the NC World Masters. So you were talking about those mini matches, and what you meant is that Fridman against Anand, the first match where Vishy had the white pieces, he won that encounter, as did Dmitrij Kollars with the white pieces against Mickey Adams.
Yes, so very interesting. There is some personal score to settle.
Exactly. And well, let's have a quick look at the standings in the NC World Masters. Here we have a clear leader, Vishy Anand on 2.5, but still Mickey Adams and Dmitrij Kollars just half a point behind on 2 points, and Daniel Fridman on 1.5. So we can see that the whole field is actually very close together.
Yes, everything is still possible. So all depends upon this and maybe next round.
Absolutely. So, well, today, I think this is where we're going to start. We're going to start with Vishy Anand's game from the black side against Daniel Fridman.
Yes, and we have a new opening. Let me show at least the first moves. First move. Daniel tried with knight f3, just probably for a change, just give us an opportunity also to experience this opening. And then e3. Again, it is still not very clear what will happen. Maybe white would like to play c4, and then we have a kind of English opening. But after c5, d4, we have some type of Zuckertort opening, and actually Daniel already, I think, tried it in one of his games. So black took. That actually also a good option in a normal Zuckertort opening, where you're allowed to castle. I will explain why, because we have some funny change of the openings. This type of position we can also get in Caro-Kann defense after e4, c6. Don't want to waste time by showing it, but it will be the same position. For the players who play also Caro-Kann, that's familiar territory. And now c4 was played, so we have, let's say, Panov attack of the Caro-Kann defense with very unusual move order. And of course, both players, they are familiar with conventional theory, and the very important question: what is the difference here comparing to the big theory?
Well, the problem with the king is one of the problems.
The problem that you can't castle, but maybe it is not of that big relevance. But anyway, Daniel already made another move, so it saves us some time trying to analyze it. He is rather quick, so I think he anticipated this possibility in his preparation. Bishop f3 is a kind of normal move. We can also look at this as on a reverse Tarrasch defense, which white is playing, for example. Tarrasch defense, having an extra tempo. If you remember, I think we had Tarrasch defense even in 2 games of no castling, so it should be okay also for white to follow this strategy. So somehow Taras' defense is good, and Fridman is trying to profit from an extra tempo.
How do you think Vishy will continue?
Well, if just immediately what occurs to me is maybe the move e6, but then we would have probably 1-1 position from some previous rounds with reverse colors. So e6, yes, we can also
looks
natural, and to support the square d5 is generally a good idea. We already talked about the specifics of this no-castling game, but I just want to repeat because maybe not everybody was following our previous broadcasts. So nobody can castle, and that creates a problem what to do with kings, how to evacuate the kings in a safe side. Another serious problem, how to bring actually king's rook in the game. It's much more complicated procedure than in normal chess. We already saw several ideas how to solve this king problem. Very popular was to push the f-pawn and then to get some escape square for the king. Anand, in one of his games, actually against Daniel Fridman, he developed the king on e2 and then the rook followed by development of the rook, and then the king could make a kind of big castle by coming to f1. There was some attempt of Michael Adams to evacuate the king on the queen side, or king side, I'm sorry, king side,
so successful.
which was not successful, and maybe later to square h7 after the move h6. So there are so many options, and I think Daniel Fridman in one game he played king d7 and trying to rook d8 and to put the king on c8. Was also not successful against Vishy Anand. So different options, not easy. The best solution was just to transpose to some end game, and then where the problem of the king is solved automatically, king can stay in the center.
But interesting that Vishy is taking quite a bit of time here.
For e6, yes.
Might be thinking of some other
other possibilities, or he tries maybe to understand what different, or what he will do with king. That's actually serious.
Okay, well, if Vishy is taking some time, it gives us the time maybe to move on to the game between Mickey Adams and Dmitrij Kollars. And wow, we actually had a Sicilian here.
Yes, an expert in Sicilian would be delighted, and we will see how it happened.
But we really have been seeing, I remember the first day when I arrived here, some of the organizers were saying, we'll see c4, c5 all the time, but every day we've been seeing new openings, different openings, which has been a lot of fun to see.
Yes. We also had very interesting guest yesterday who was telling us that the computer program AlphaZero was actually testing also this kind of game and played, I don't know how many millions games.
20 million or something.
Yes, I guess that the players would be very curious to see some researches of AlphaZero, but of course they were hidden from them, so they had to find out themselves what is the best weapon.
Some were, I think, at least 100 were published, right, from this match against Stockfish, but very far from 20 million. Of course,
yes. But that already shows we have only maybe a few serious games available, and okay. So we are in a stage of discovering some finesses of this game. We have absolutely normal position of classical Sicilian. where actually the bishop g5, for example, is a popular move, but Michael Adams sticks to more solid continuation, plays bishop e2, which still is an open, what he wants to do with castling, of course. Also interesting choice of black. He is not going to move the pawn on g6. This would be another theoretical continuation for classical chess, and Dmitrij goes with e5. A possible move, of course, not a bad system, but the main question remains. Black goes to e6. Main question remains, and now Michael is thinking. So where to put the king?
Actually, he is not thinking. He just played bishop e3.
Okay. So, okay, I was looking at the clock. So the problem was solved. We are not touching it yet. Yes.
Leaving the problem for later.
For the later. But I would suppose that he will try to do it maybe with f3 and then king f2. So that is a possible plan for white.
And black?
Black is much more interesting, yes, because from the structure, what pawn structure asks for is somehow to prepare maybe the move d5, but it means to open the position. And if you talk about safety of the king, I have no idea how to make it safe at the moment. Maybe possibility, but very slow plan to bring the king to g8 and play h6 and king h7. Or yes, we need to do this full program to be able to bring the rook. But you see already how
many arrows
how many arrows
to get the
I
king to h7
to drive. Yes, so this is a little bit heavy, and no surprise that Dmitrij is thinking. It looks like d5 is legal, but again, to open the position
with the king
a little bit earlier is a risky business. So black is considering here all options.
Okay, so two very interesting openings in the NC World Masters, and maybe it's time to check in with the Grand Prix. And, well, maybe we start with either Lianov or McShane, I would suggest.
Okay.
I can start with Deac, the top seed, against
Deac against
the
leader. Yes. So far nothing dramatic. The opponents play some theory, so we can just show the first moves to our viewers. Nimtsevich defense, and we are back in classical chess, so don't worry. Already McShane castled, so everything is okay. Bishop d3, d5, a3, it's one of the possibilities.
One thing I'm surprised by is that Luke has been spending quite a lot of time already. Oh, now the time jumped, but well, it jumped for you, for me it didn't jump. Okay, so Luke is down to an hour 15 already. So I don't know if it's the fact that Deac allowed the Nimzo.
No, I think it should be some mistake. I don't believe it.
That
15 minutes.
Yeah, but they've been playing for 20 minutes.
Yes, and he spent all time on this. Okay, very possible too, of course. Yes.
No, I think the clock times we see are
correct.
1:15 for Luke, because if Bogdan didn't spend any time. Okay. It's normal, I think, at 20 past.
So only Luke is spending time.
Yes.
So then that means that he was surprised by opening choice for some reason. So
but we're still in some main lines?
we're still in some normal theoretical positions, of course. Okay, white, of course, instead of a3, white may choose some other continuations, like knight f3, for example. And, I think a3 is more rare move, but it's not something completely unusual. So that's what I mean. Could be played. Black, of course, has a choice here. He can also take on c4. This is one of the lines which could be interesting to check. But basically, almost everything is possible here. To retreat with bishop is also possible, and to take on c3 is another option.
Okay, so very early stages here, and we're still, well, still in some opening theory lines.
It should be some opening choice. So yes, I was a little bit curious because my clock is
but
showing.
But in general, my computer is also getting on better with the program, so we should probably trust. No, because your clock time is just impossible.
That doesn't make sense, yes.
So, okay, let's move on to Pavel Ilyanov. I think Pavel will really try today with the white pieces to try and beat Matthias and catch.
Yes.
Well, not only catch, but potentially take the sole lead. We'll see.
At the same time, I'm sure that he has a solid tournament position, so he is not.
He will not go all out.
Not really, as we said in Zugzwang. He can play solid chess and to see what is going on. So let us maybe follow the first moves. And again, this is already not less classical already opening, and bishop g4, one of the solid choices for black. Usually it's a good idea to develop the bishop and then maybe to put the pawns on white square, so bishop is active and you don't have some problems with it. h3 is now popular move. You can also do it late or not to do it at all, basically, but for some reasons became fashionable now. Short castle, knight f6, c4, and that's one of the points of black defenses. He puts a huge wall with the pawns. I can maybe draw your attention to all this. It's a very solid system designed to take off bishop g2 out of play in the way. Queen b3, attacking pawn b7, and very usual response, queen b6 was played in this game, and now d3. Many possible systems for white and black here. Bishop e7 was played. Okay, neutral move, it just develops pieces. And now bishop e3. That's one of the ideas, to force the change of the structure, because black doesn't want to retreat the queen, so here is taken on b3. Pawn takes b3. Obviously, Pavel was thinking that this is a little bit of edge for white. He is having some pressure on open line, but black played he took on f3. That's actually interesting intermediate.
I was going to ask you about that move. So can you explain why does black give up the bishop pair unprompted or unprovoked?
Yes, that's actually good question. I'm not sure, because it was not forced. You could play also a6 immediately, for example, and I don't see here the big issue. Yeah? Of course, if white wants to take the bishop, he can do it anyway, and later to pick up the bishop. What I want to say also, of course, this bishop takes f3. it gives the opponent the advantage of 2 bishops. But at the same time, we should say that black is giving away potentially bad bishop. Yeah? We will try to explain it now. If you look at so many pawns now on white squares, which is okay for black, yeah? And bishop is not disturbed. Yeah?
Yes.
Dark squared bishop can move anywhere, yeah? And there is a combination or good coordination. Pawns are defending white squares, bishop protecting black square, so it's very solid,
Very
harmonious
yes.
defensive position. It's actually also the way how Capablanca taught the players how to put the pawns. He said, put them on different color as your bishop. And from these 2 bishops that white has, the white squared bishop is restricted, yeah, with opponents and his own pawns. At the moment he doesn't have so many squares, so it's not that dangerous piece at the moment.
Yes. Okay, so a solid opening choice by Matthias Blöbaum.
But okay, it looks like black is defending. He wants to play a solid defensive game.
Yes.
Personally, I wouldn't take on f3. I would probably try to play a6 immediately, but clearly that Matthias had some reasons to do some preferences, to do it exactly at this moment.
Okay, so we'll come back here, and that leaves us only 1 game we haven't looked at yet. And that is Erwin Lamy against David Navarra.
And again, we start probably from the beginning,
start,
the start. It looks like English opening to me. Started with knight f3, and after c5, c4, we have an English opening. Symmetrical variation.
What we were expecting from no castling.
Maybe more from no castling game, that is true. We see the total symmetry, which was broken now after g3. Now black played d5, white took, bishop g2, g6. It could be also interpreted in a way as white playing Sicilian defense. So if you like to play this type of position with bishop on g2, fianchetto, then this is opening for you, English opening. So Erwin probably can play many openings with white. He is a very experienced player. David also likes the positions with bishops on long diagonal. Bishop d2 needs to be done, and now I don't think that black was forced to take on c3, but decided to go for exchange now. So knight takes, bishop takes c3, and e5 was played. Now we have a structure of Sicilian defense with reverse colors, because black now sees the center. It was ex-world champion Mikhail Botvinnik who likes all this structure with, especially he loves this position with possibility to put the knight on d4. So he would be very happy with black. Erwin made a short castle, and both players are taking some time, so obviously it's not, it may be still a part of some preparation, but not necessary.
How would you assess the position they have gotten?
It looks like approximately equal position, so nothing special for white, because white played a kind of modest opening. It's actually difficult to play with systems which are more suited maybe to be used with different color. If you take them, you have, although you have one move more, but usually not getting any significant advantage.
Arthur, as it's getting warmer again in Dortmund, can I offer you some water?
Thank you very much.
And then we will go back to the no castling event, I think, as we have today. We checked in with all the games quite quickly, still in the early stages. As you can see, the stage is fully set. There's quite a lot of people today in the audience, which is great to see. If you live anywhere nearby to Dortmund, feel free to come and visit us. Entry is free, and you can see the grandmasters
alive. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's go back to Vishy Anand, who's playing black against Daniel Fridman.
Yes, and we have some changes, actually very funny in a way, because we have Vishy Anand playing the same classical strategy as Matthias Bluebaum.
Yes.
We will see, we left this game at the moment where Anand was thinking, which was for us surprising because we saw this move, expected move e6, but he was thinking what to do, probably further, yes, after the c5. C5 is interesting move because it shows that white would love to play on the queen side,
Yes.
where he has a space and interesting pawn formation. This maybe he wants to push his pawns slowly on the queen side. And next move of Anand, this has two purposes. First of all, maybe to prevent white bishop from coming to b5, but also in case that white would try to push pawns, black made a useful move.
Yes.
Bishop e2 was played, and now exchange on f3. It's a little bit unexpected, but in no castling games, maybe there is some additional ideas.
I mean, who knows even what the players think about the value of knight versus bishop in no castling chess. Who knows if the bishop is still, you think the bishop is still the superior.
I would guess maybe there is not such a big chance, but we should ask again Nenad. And it was one of 20 questions I failed to ask him
Nenad, unfortunately, is already at the airport. If he's watching us, Nenad, we will send you some more questions at some point. But yeah, so after g6,
something happened. Yes. Something happened, and let me show you. After g6, white played b4, which is funny move, but it is not a combination or something, or not a positional sacrifice, I guess, because after knight takes pawn, rook b1 could be played, and the pawn on b7 and directly would be attacked. Probably knight should go away, because if queen a5, something can happen here with black pieces. For example, after the move queen b3, or after the move, even after the move bishop d2, working on this direction. And
I was gonna say risky, but I think it's worse than risky.
It may be too risky, but of course Anand was not wasting any time about knight takes b4, and he continues what he tried to do, bishop g7. We have this Capablanca principle in perfection. We had dark squared bishop and white squared bishop exchange, and all pawns are on the white square. So in a way, very harmonious position. But white wants to say, I can maybe use my time and I can prepare the attack on the queen side where I have more pawns. So in ideal case, white would create a pass pawn, and that could be a strong asset, supported maybe by all forces that are trying to push this pawns forwards.
And what do you think Vishy will do meanwhile? What are the plans for black?
Now, I'm very curious because I need to start. Actually, the right counterplay is to try to prepare something in the center. Yeah? Some break in the center and to start, because white is clearly better on the queen side. Black has more pawns here in the center, in the central area, and he should play e5. But before, I see already the move of Anand. He played king f8.
So the evacuation starts.
Evacuation starts, that's first thing, but also need to go away if he wants to open the center with e5. I would think that strategically that is useful. And Fridman can ask, of course, what is going on and keep introducing his pawns into the game by playing a4 with idea b5. It would be standard. Or he may think, okay, what about my king? Should I do the same? And he has an easier program than Anand. He can go with king to f1, pawn put to g3, and king would find a good space on g2. Sorry about this. Black played king move, and white is thinking. Also, probably trying to calculate if in some position f5 would be an issue. So maybe he needs to also to start with king f1, for example, because let's say play a4 and maybe a5. I did not calculate anything. Just let us see, because so far the pawn on d5 may need a lot of protection. But what is here on concrete level? Maybe nothing. Maybe white could do it, but we need, of course, this requires some calculations.
Yeah, I think Daniel will take some time here to decide and to evaluate, as you're saying. Is e5 coming? Should I start running with the king? Should I go a4? So I think we should leave Daniel to it, and we can move on to the game between Mickey Adams and Dmitrij Kollars.
And here d5 happened, but not immediately. We left the game at the moment where black just played bishop e6, white played bishop e3, and
we were talking
about f3, and that was indeed the plan of Adams.
It's a very logical plan.
After bishop e7, f3 was played, and also we talked about d5, so everything happened. d5, pawn takes, knight takes, and we have
some exchanges.
Some exchanges here. Interesting that Dmitrij took with bishop, not trying to exchange queens. So,
how would you explain, how would you explain Dmitrij's decision to take with the bishop?
Well, it's not an easy decision, because I am using sometimes very simple logic. I am looking which piece is attacking what and which piece is defending. For this simple logic, white queen is attacking and black queen is defending, only defending. So it's better maybe to exchange queens from this
point of view.
From this point of view. But there is another logic. If we look at the pawn structure, we see that black has more pawns on the king side and white has more pawns on the queen side. So-called pawn majority on the queen side, and this pawn majority on the queen side is more useful in ending.
So that's why black would want to avoid an ending.
That's why maybe Dmitrij avoids it. He may also have some concrete ideas because of possible move king f2, and maybe if maybe he wants to use this position of king and try to attack it somehow, maybe at some stage to harass the king with bishop h4 check. I am not sure that I clearly understand his plan in this stage.
I think time will give us some answers. Mickey is still thinking.
Yes.
King f2.
King f2 maybe was his intention.
Yes.
But of course it is an important decision, so you need to think about it.
Take a little bit of time.
Yes. And there are some alternatives as well. You can think about maybe queen d2 and rook d1, followed some pressure on d line. So there is some other possibilities in the position.
Okay, well, once again, an interesting development. I'm very happy that Dmitrij decided to keep the queens on the board. And, well, we can go back again to the Grand Prix, maybe. And we will start, as before, with Deac against Luke, where Luke is now already half an hour down on the clock.
Yes, and it's actually still a theoretical position.
Yes.
A little bit worried about it. So he took so much time. Nothing special happened. We said bishop c3 is one of the options. Yes. It depends which variation do you want to play. Yeah? And we have a position which you can reach also with different move orders. So maybe the move order was irritating for Luke, I'm not sure. But after knight f3, we're back in the main theory, actually. Queen c7, bishop e2, knight c6, bishop b2, one of the known positions. And
it's very hard to explain sometimes what goes through the players' minds, because, okay, I don't know if the Nimzo is part of Luke's main repertoire, but I'm sure either way he is familiar, at least with the main lines. But sometimes you can just spend a lot of time suddenly just thinking about this, that, which line do I want to go for, what do I want to avoid. But I think here it's already a lot.
Sometimes also you're spending time and then in fact opening plays something different.
Yes.
So. But it's not a good sign, no. Because Luke was so confident in previous rounds. Here there is some hesitation. And
funnily enough, I was talking to him last night, and we were talking about some players who had some time pressure, and he said, one thing which I did well in this tournament was that I avoided this time pressure.
Yes.
Let's hope he didn't jinx.
Basically, we are still in the theory, so I'm very curious about. There are many options. One options would be e5, but also there are some other possibilities. Of course, b6 and rook d8 is a normal move. Queen c2 is to be expected, just to
and there he goes. Away. Bogdan just played queen c2.
Standard move, and okay, I'm curious what Luke wants to introduce now, how he's going to play this position.
So what are some of the normal ways to play for black?
Well, you may still consider the move e5, although I had some good memories about this pawn structure, basically. But okay, e5 is one of the possibilities, just to be able later to develop the bishop over this diagonal. Another possibility is to try to play positional game. Maybe with b6, bishop can be developed to b7. It's also kind of reasonable construction for black, and then later you can put the rook on c8. So not the position is what makes us wonder, but just the clock.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of time was taken by Luke, and he showed some hesitation. Which
And it's already a very serious time difference, so I think Luke should, you know, as you said, he needs to decide on a plan and which path, but he should decide soon.
So something what happened in the game, he was not expecting.
Yes.
Maybe the opening what Deac is playing Kollars, as far we learned from other players. Deac is a very known player online. He has brought a repertoire, and
Yes.
people
He even learned from his online games.
learning from his online games.
That's what Pavel Elyanov told us when he was here on his rest day. Okay, so yeah, I mean, Deac, it's clear from his time management, he is still
Still on his,
yes.
okay, but that is a classical opening, so he definitely knows it. And do we have to move? Not yet.
No.
Not yet. I'm curious which strategy Luke will be taking.
So we can move on maybe to Pavel Elyanov and Matthias Blübaum and see what were the developments here. Not so many.
Not so many moves happened after exchange on f3, which we were discussing.
In fact, only one move.
And a6 is right, just played bishop d4, which is also usual move in the reti to be able to play e4. I'm not sure if it is a plan in this particular position. But okay, it took Pavel also some time to decide what he wants to do. Okay, there is of course so many possibilities to develop the pieces. I'm not sure that I can really comment. You can also move the knight. You can put the rook to d1. But strategically, it's not very clear what do we attacking, because black position is
Rock solid.
rock solid. Yes, this wall, what black made is going to stay probably for a while, and it's not easy to.
What about pawn
change.
play? Does White ever want to change his own pawn structure?
I think so. I think that maybe because this part of plan exists, maybe White wants to take on d5. I have to make some move, maybe to take on d5, and if black takes with e pawn, to have this structure. It could be prepared first, and maybe should be prepared first as well. Yeah, maybe if the move knight c3, for example, although I'm not sure that it wouldn't be a mistake. That seems to be a big mistake now. That's how.
Because where do we even go?
How
We have no square.
Some young players would be losing
Yes.
the piece. Yeah. So we have to be careful. But usually that's what you want before you take on d5 and play e4. You want to have everything developed. Would be nice. But that also maybe says that knight d7 is a reasonable move for us, for black. Yeah.
Yeah, so this one, a quiet start. Did we just have a move? No.
No, not
Matthias
yet. Yes.
is still thinking.
Yes, both players are thinking. It's not so much happened. Knight bd7
yes.
was played.
Yes.
Yeah, knight bd7 was played. It was very natural because you need to develop the knight in the game.
Okay, so black has all his pieces out. The king, I guess, will castle kingside, or maybe just stay in the center.
I would think king side is more safe. A very interesting move came from Pavel. This regrouping of the bishop has some prophylactical meaning. We know that black otherwise could consider to play e5. And e4 will come a little bit later. Yeah?
Yes.
So I think one of the ideas was to avoid maybe to avoid some possibilities like e5 and closing the position. We have two bishops and we don't want to have the position closed. We want it to be much more open.
So bishop c3 avoids that e5 comes
avoids
with
this
tempo.
possibility. Of course, we can try to play e5, but first of all, it wouldn't happen. But the second problem, if then white would take, then this bishop would be much more active. So usually, people are not eager to change the structure like this. So also, Matthias made a solid continuation short castle.
Okay, now the players are speeding up a little bit, and I'm curious, will Pavel go for
e4, yeah?
Yes.
So, or maybe he was preparing a totally different operation. Alvor, it's still not very clear what do we achieve, but just maybe pushing the pawns a little bit further and eventually trying to play b4, b5.
a very interesting maneuvering game for now, and we will see which pawn push. Does Pavel choose, or does he bring out the final piece first? Knight d2 also looks quite natural.
That's of course all his options, or maybe he puts the rook first on d1 and then to see.
So many options.
Yes.
Okay, so we will let Pavel think about it, and we will move on to the game between Erwin Lamy and David Navarra.
Not
The
so.
games are all moving quite slowly today. I
Yes.
feel that later on, at some point, everything will jump. They are all waiting for Rasmus. They said, let's not play too fast,
Maybe yes.
so
He
that
would
Rasmus
have
can give us some early thoughts.
more possibilities here to comment on the game.
If you're not sure what we're talking about, we will be joined in just under 20 minutes by Rasmus Svane, who is the player who is not playing today.
I think we left at the moment when black played e5, which seems to be a very fine move. White just castle, bishop e6, a4. It is a kind of accelerated dragon variation played by white with one extra tempo. Okay, interesting choice anyway. So black played bishop d5 and white decides on a very interesting strategy, exchanging of white squared bishops. It's actually how many players interpret this accelerated dragon variation, because again they want to say that this bishop, what is left, restricted by some pawns on dark squares, maybe it's a bad bishop.
We have a lot of this kind of pawn, important pawn, well, how should I put it? Some educational stuff revolving around piece play and pawn structures. Very instructional day so far.
We should, of course, understand that we shouldn't take only one element from the position. Also, activity of the other pieces is very important. So there are many elements. I just wanted to explain a little bit why at all white is bothers to change this bishop.
Okay, well, which color would you rather play here?
Well, I don't think that black should complain about the opening. It's okay. So usually, if black gets position what white is playing, it's not a bad sign. So maybe I would prefer black, because I'm not really Sicilian player. And here it is fine strategy, but I'm sure also Erwin is not uncomfortable. So he knows what is he doing, and we will have interesting battle here.
Okay, well, in that case, let's quickly go back to just quickly update the two games in the NC World Masters, starting with Fridman Anand.
Very interesting development. What we see that white decided to start some operation, and black probably with his next move showed that with h5 he showed two things. First of all, if he would need the rook, he has to go a long way. Yeah? That's one thing, but maybe he just tries to provoke maybe some stuff. Maybe he has some jumps to g4 at some stage. So Daniel, I think, decided not to guess
any of this.
Yeah, not to guess about it, and played h3. But
also h3 can again just prepare for the king to also run
king
over.
retreat towards h2 possible. Yeah, so we don't know. And before b5, okay, maybe he thought it is a little bit too early.
Yeah, maybe best to take care of the king first. Do you think Vishy will just continue running towards h7, or?
I'm not sure, but there are some possibilities. If I remember already, in some of the games, white played knight g1, knight e2 in similar construction. Also, Michael Adams himself was playing with black, knight g8, knight e7, so maybe the move knight g8, but we had a different prophylactical move, probably more reasonable, because I wanted to bring the other knight to f5, just let me show, but I realize, of course, this is a very long way, yeah, to bring knight on e5 in order to attack the pawn on d4.
Yeah.
Let's put it in the red color. Yeah, this pawn could be attacked, but I'm sorry, I take this away, everything away, and we have a good move, knight e7, coming to f5, still keeping eye on the pawn d4, yeah, so it looks like Anand doesn't see the possibility to play e5 without blundering the pawn, so he chooses the second possible plan, attacking white structure, pawn structure, and especially pawn d4, because he has dark squared bishop. Where he is going to put this knight is not very clear, but maybe in some cases after knight e5, maybe even the move knight e4 would be possible.
And what about white? What do you think Daniel will do?
White has a clear plan of attack on the queen side, of pushing the pawns, but what is not clear to me where he's going to do, what he's going to do with his king. g3, king f1. Let us put this king f1, king g2 is one plan, but of course with the regrouping, knight is a little bit attacks not only d4 but also
some
f3.
h4 might come and some
counterplay. Yes, it is interesting position. So it's not easy to make a judgment yet.
So we will just move on to the next one, and after that we'll take our first quick break of the day. So Mickey Adams against Dmitrij Kollars.
Not so much happened.
Yeah.
Yes, because we were actually saying that king f2 is one possibility, and another I mentioned was queen d2 followed by rook d1. And it was interesting that Dmitrij answered with the move f6, which for me is indication that he loves to put the king on f7. Yeah? Otherwise, I cannot read the move. Yeah?
Yes.
It's not doing
but
much.
It makes a lot of sense also, I guess, for the king to go to f7.
Expected move from white, maybe rook d1, otherwise white did to bother. Yeah?
Okay, what if I just exchange, what if I just give up my bishop on b3? I'm just wondering about this endgame. And I take on d2.
Take on d2, for example, and now maybe king f7. Yes. The problem that now we don't have a position. Yeah, that's a little bit.
It's a serious problem.
Yeah. So I guess that Dmitrij would.
Yeah, we should not give up this bishop.
Would probably play bishop e6. So it may be that he lost the time, but on the other hand, double exchange is okay.
Yes.
Double exchange on d8 is not a big problem for him, I guess. In some position like this arises.
Interesting. Both players have been taking quite a bit of time here.
This no-castling game is,
Yes.
of course, very challenging
Yes.
because you don't have the standard picture, yeah? And even worse, the picture what you are seeing, there may be standard with castling, but now you have to adjust it
Yes.
and to correct your assessment. That is tricky part.
Well, we have two very rich positions in the NC World Masters. We will take now our first short break of the day, but we will come back to this as well as to the Grand Prix after a short 10-minute break, and we will be joined by Rasmus Svane, so that will be very interesting. During the break, we will show you a video game analysis by Max Warmerdam, Grandmaster from the Netherlands. He is currently leading the A Open on an incredible and perfect 7 out of 7, so stay tuned to hear from Max, and we will see you with Rasmus in 10 minutes.
We have one dominant player in the Sparkassen Open of the International Chess Days this year, Max Warmerdam, who is with me after his 7th Rouse win. Congratulations, Max.
Yes, thank you.
On 7 out of 7, how do you feel?
Great, especially since I lost a lot of points in the Bundesliga. I had a terrible weekend,
Okay.
and now trying to get back my rating.
So 1 week ago, yeah? That
Yeah,
was-
1 week ago.
And now you're playing very good chess here, I guess.
Yeah,
And today you played Thomas Bertzen, also from the Netherlands. Do you know him well? Or?
yeah, really well. Yeah, he's a very good friend. We've traveled to many tournaments, and I go to lunch and dinner here basically almost every day with him. So, yeah, definitely close. And that's always a bit strange of a situation because he wants to become Grandmaster here.
Yeah.
And then I would like him to become one, but on the other hand, I also don't want to hand out points.
Yeah, want to win the tournament, obviously.
Yeah, also that, of course. And yeah, he actually did offer a draw on move 10,
Okay.
which I could accept, but I thought a draw is a good thing for him probably. So if I think things are slightly going wrong, I can probably still take it. And yeah, the game went actually great, so there was no need to offer it.
Yeah, we see the position after the opening Italian game. I think you felt comfortable after the opening?
Yes, I more or less analyzed these type of positions in this morning, and I thought once I stabilize, it should be nice for black because I have the space advantage with the center pawn, and he has to prove why he's all right. And yeah, he just started to play normal moves, but maybe a bit on the slow. I think he should go for d4
At some point?
at some point, yes, to open up and get activity. Instead, he went for bishop a3 here, which I think is in the wrong direction. Okay, there's not much happening on the diagonal, especially after I played rook e8.
So your idea is to activate your knight, as we will see later?
Yeah, later on. I didn't see the idea here yet, but the point is with these pieces all over here, this king might become weak, especially with the bishop darting f2.
Yeah.
And it's a bit annoying that this bishop cannot go to a lot of squares. I would like to go to, oh, it's white to move, but I would like to go to h5. But
Yes.
yeah, the knight is protecting it. So after he played rook d2, which I think is a mistake because he again plays it way too slow.
So he has to be active with b5 or d4.
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
Like
Yeah,
that. Okay.
I played knight f5, trying to exchange the knights and then get the bishop to h5.
So the good defender you want to get
Yeah,
rid of?
exactly.
Yeah.
But he played knight e4, and yeah, here I had seen beforehand that I could go bishop h5.
Yeah, your idea.
And
Okay.
now, if I manage to take on f3, his king will collapse because he will have to take back with the piece. But he has g4, yes, and this was critical. But he had no time at this point. He had like 10 minutes,
Okay,
and
so-
he didn't he thought, okay, he probably did calculate it, and I think it should be great for black. I'm not sure I saw the exact line, but I wanted to take, and then go knight h4, sacrificing his second piece.
Pretty nice to get the queen to
Yeah,
d4, I guess.
the point is to get the queen in, and if he takes, I take with the queen, and then the king is just getting checkmated somehow. Like if he goes king f1, perhaps I go knight f4 or take the knight, and with queen h3 to come. I already have 2 pawns for 1 piece, and I'll take this one for sure. So I was never worried that the attack is not going to work out.
Yeah, seems to be very strong.
Yes,
okay.
so he went knight h2. But this is, of course, very wrong. Okay, I'm not saying it's a bad move, but it feels very wrong to put all the pieces back. And now,
shaky bishop, bad knight. Yeah, yeah.
I got knight f4, and I couldn't do that before because there was a bishop on f7. Like, for example, in this position, I can never move this knight because he takes my bishop.
Yeah, yeah.
So once I actually got in bishop
so
h5.
the bishop h5 move was very important, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
I went knight f4, and now all the pieces start coming. I think I threatened knight takes g2. So let's say he plays a random move like b5. I think I can just take it.
Yeah.
And then king takes, and I saw that I made him with knight h4, king g3, now queen f5. And okay, I threatened queen f4 mate.
Checkmate.
And if he takes, I have check. And I take the knight, and now g5 is a threat. And
or queen h2, yeah?
Yeah, or queen h2, exactly.
Checkmate.
So I saw more or less this mate. So I have a very big threat, and he went g4. But this is, of course, very desperate, because his king will just get weak. I went knight h4, and okay, he cannot take the bishop, because he would just get checkmated.
Two very strong knights, a queen, yeah, that's too much.
And
for
also the bishop is participating very nicely.
True.
So in some lines he can, for example, not go knight g3, because at the very least I can take it, because the f-pawn is pinned.
Yeah, yeah.
So he went for king h1. And here was a bit of question how to continue. I could have just played bishop g6 and then just stabilize, and okay, this looks awful on the king side. Also h3 is dropping, so should probably win in the long term, but I went for f5, which I thought was much more direct. And I didn't want to give him space to get his defense in order.
Yeah, yeah. Looks like fun to play f5. Okay,
yeah, so he moves the knight away. And now I just went to h6, which I thought was simple.
Just a concrete line, yeah? h6?
Yeah, I mean, just both pieces are hanging, so if he takes here, I just take here, and it just looks great.
Very good,
I'll take on h3, so instead he went knight f7. I thought he should have tried knight e6, but it should be bad anyway.
Okay.
I just took. I went rook f8, and here, yeah, it's just totally lost. I thought I didn't finish it in a, let's say, an easy way, but I think a very nice way.
Yes, of course.
You went b5 to create some kind of counterplay. I went knight f3. He cannot ever take, because I'll just take, and then my queen comes into h3.
It's mate, yes.
It's just mate. So he takes, he went b takes a6 to get some counterplay over here, but it's of course way too slow. And here I first wanted to take the rook, but then instead I saw I will just checkmate him and take the knight.
So you can take the knight, the rook, or the rook.
Yeah. And
okay, you also sacrifice some material?
Not even really. I mean, here I'm down in exchange, but okay, I go knight f3 back, and I attack the rooks. So he thought I was giving him chances, but he's also just getting checkmated, because there's a g3 coming. And it's just game over.
So it's just winning for black here.
Yeah,
and
queen b6, and now I show my idea to go g3.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, with 2 threats, not only queen h3, but also g2 mate. So he took on g7 to try to stop the queen from coming in, but instead the pawn gave the mate.
Yeah, great picture to end the game with the 2 knights and the pawn on g2. Very nice. Yeah, congrats, Max.
Thank you.
I hope you feel good here in Dortmund and you like the tournament.
I definitely do, yes.
Okay, so good luck for the last 2 rounds, and good luck for winning the tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. We're delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Rasmus Svane. Rasmus, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And well, first of all, let's talk about your tournament a little bit. Today is your off day. You're currently on 2 out of 5. Of course, we've seen all your games. There were maybe a couple of missed opportunities, but how do you feel about your play and your score?
I'm a bit torn. I feel like I'm playing quite well, and that's good to know before the Olympiad, which is of course very important. But on the other hand, yeah, I could have made like 1.5 or 2.5 points more maybe. Like I had a winning position yesterday. For a short time I didn't know it was winning, of course, and I was also winning at some moments against Luke. And okay, in the first round I think I had a draw in the first round. I could have made a draw, but it was only one moment, and I think okay, there were a lot of mistakes in this game, but I think Pavel outplayed me. He played quite a very good game, even though there were many mistakes. But yeah, I think he deserved to win that one. But yeah, the results has been slightly disappointing, but it's also quite fine. I mean, 2 out of 5 against such amazing players, it's not the end of the world.
Also, as you're saying, I mean, if you're playing well, then at some point good things will happen. Since you mentioned the game against Luke, I thought that was an interesting one, because when you guys were analyzing afterwards, before checking with the engine, you were actually both under the impression that Luke was the one pressing suddenly in the end.
Yeah, I think that's maybe also been a little bit of a problem for me. I think I've been underestimating my positions a bit. Like against Pavel I was worse all the game, but otherwise I was nearly not worse in any game. Like also in my game against Deac, like we had this strange pawn structure when I took d5, and I quickly thought I started to need to be careful. But the engine is showing some kingside play which I didn't consider, and it's sometimes even showing like +1. I mean, it's very complicated, but yeah, I think I've been, I don't know why, maybe lacking a bit self-confidence, too much respect for the opponents, because I know they're all such great players, and yeah, maybe I've been underestimating my positions a bit. Like I knew I was better like yesterday and against Luke, but I didn't evaluate it as winning, like both of those games. Yeah.
Well, as you're talking about, so much respect for those opponents, do you have much experience, let's say, in closed round robins, like strong round robins?
Like not that many close round robins like these. Like this is one of my first. Like I've been playing like German Masters and so on, but this is of course different stage. Also, I'm playing on a stage which was a special feeling, especially in the first round. But now I've gotten a bit used to it. But yeah, like I've playing in the Bundesliga and so on. Like my last 16 games, I've been playing against 2650 average. And yeah, I'm used to that, but I think if I want to make the next step towards 2700, like I need to get more used to it being like normal that I'm beating like all these great players. Like I feel like, I don't know, maybe I've not gotten used to being a 2650 player yet, because I know like all the other guys in the tournament, like they are such great players and I have such respect for them, like for many years. Yeah, but if I want to make the next step, I just have to consider it being normal, like beating Navarro and McShane and so on, like on a regular basis. But yeah.
Maybe Arthur has some input or some thoughts on that, on what Rasmus was saying.
No, I think it is very sympathetic to be a modest person. Yes, but probably for chess you need to be a little bit more optimistic. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe I just need to like keep playing against them, and then automatically I win against them more often. Like in Blitz, I've played against so many great players, and I often beat like very, very strong players, and in Blitz I consider kind of normal that sometimes I beat like somebody extremely strong, but like in classical, I still need to get more used to like beating them on a regular basis. So.
But already, of course, it was a great game you played against Luke. Actually, you outplayed him. It was very nice to watch. Very nice strategy, and you got advantage. And just a little bit was very small things maybe were missing.
Yeah, I'm also playing a bit too slowly. Like that also contributes to not finding the wins and time trouble and so on. But. And against Luke, it was also a special moment, like in this 40th move I could play this a5, but actually I had completely missed like this rook g8 check. I thought I could just go back with the rook and defend, but I had completely missed that, and I actually thought, okay, shit, now I need to resign because I just get mated. So I didn't search for this a5, but like somehow I suddenly saw this rook e7 resource, and I was already very happy that I'm not losing immediately, and I just played.
You have just a few seconds, I guess.
Yeah.
How did you still manage to not to collapse in this situation actually, because missing something and then you have only seconds.
Yeah, I was already completely frustrated and sitting like this. So now I need to resign, but luckily I think I had 1.5 minutes and I could compose myself, and like a burst out of the blue, I saw this rook e7 and was just happy and just played it. But
yeah, I think it was clear to us that a5 because we have the screen there with the camera of the players, and so beyond that we never showed you, but that's where we can see the players. So we saw. We had you on camera at that moment, and it was clear that you were looking for a way to survive, and you were quite upset.
Yeah, it's also very difficult, like to spot this a5. We didn't even spot it in the analysis, but also probably because we're not looking for it.
But it's very hard, I guess, a5 and this whole rook say.
Yeah,
it's a5, but the problem was, of course, b5, and then also
there's rook c3, of course. I mean, a5 was, of course, the first thing I considered. But like this
looks like checkmate.
You think like a5, b5, okay, he's threatening mate, but he's actually not threatening mate, so I can play some defense.
Honestly, it was also unexpected to us. Yes. It was winning for black.
But like earlier in the game, like there were these moments where I could move the bishop, and that's maybe where I was lacking a bit self-confidence, because I was thinking about equalizing there, because I thought he had a lot of pressure after this queen f6 and getting the knight in, but yeah, I didn't think about just being much better if I make another move, so I was just happy to see some move where I was equalizing. Yeah, but anyway.
Anyway.
Not too much complaining,
Back to the present day. Did you have a look in the first hour at some of the games?
Yeah, I've looked a bit how the openings went.
So one of the things that surprised us in this Deac McShane game was how much time Luke spent in the opening. I don't know if you have any thoughts now. Actually, the time is evening out suddenly.
So we can see, I think we left the game at this moment after queen c2. And, okay, black makes two reasonable moves, and somehow, at least plausible moves.
Yeah, I was also slightly surprised he thought so long. Like, I think he thought so long after a3 for taking on c3. But maybe it's because there is some c takes d5, e takes d5, a3, and then so bishop e7 is a move.
Let's go back to that moment, actually.
Yes, we had this a3.
Yeah, it's very standard theory, but...
you also may take on d4, but then there is some strange variations in bishop h7 and...
so what were you saying?
No, I think there's some trendy new line if white takes on d5 instead of a3.
Yes. In this moment, and now plays
a3 and bishop e7, queen c2, or bishop d6 actually. But maybe he was considering if he could play similarly.
Sometimes h3, I guess, like this. Yeah.
I think like there have been some high-level games here. Also, Matthias started playing this. That's why I know it also. He won a very crucial game at the European Championship against Jussupov. I think the plan is like queen c2, knight e2, bishop d2, and then castle long and play f3, g4.
Okay, sorry.
It's actually a very aggressive line.
This is different, not what I thought on long castle. Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, that of course, and then attack on the king side, so that's of course very different matter. Are you following, of course, the games of Matthias, or you analyze together? Or
okay, usually, I mean, very often we're playing the same tournament, so I automatically see all his games, and also if we're not playing the same tournament, like I usually follow all the games of the other German players.
Because you were in the same group for so many years, this training group.
Yeah, I've known Matthias for too long, like over 15 years, I think.
Do you guys, well, not just the two of you, but some of these German young players, do you guys work together sometimes? Do you have training camps or regular training sessions?
Yeah, we have some training sometimes organized by the Schachbund. But apart from that, we don't work that much together. Like when we're playing tournaments, we're often like in the morning talking about some openings and so on. But yeah, I don't know why. I mean, we could do it, but on the other hand, we also often have to play each other. So maybe that's some slight factor why we're not working more together, and also maybe just because nobody is asking. Somebody has to take the initiative.
Yes, chess players are better taking the initiative over the board than in real life. Okay, so let's get back to, the current position.
We have a move for KC1. Okay, just some development going on. White is not making any principled decisions with pawn structure, what to push forward. What is your favorite structure in such a position? Would you look for c4? What would you look for?
I don't know. I don't play this position that often. But okay, I was a little bit surprised that Black played with bishop d7. Like usually Black prefers to play b6, bishop b7. But yeah, like the plan for White is either to play e4 or d4 or c4 at some point.
But also Bogdan is waiting in a way, yeah? So some waiting plays what.
Like maybe this bishop d7 was also to take him out of the preparation, because Bogdan was playing like he was blitzing all the time in the opening. And this maybe a slight sideline, but I think the position should be more or less fine for Black.
Luke actually has played one more move. He played knight e7 here.
Okay, now he starts to show maybe something, some plans. Does he want to put bishop at c6 maybe? Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Sometimes also bishop to a4.
And maybe c takes d4 is a threat, or not a threat, but possibility. No?
One idea could also be like after c4, for example, c takes d4, e takes d4. Like the knight can be well placed on g6, or sometimes maybe even f5, even though d4 is quite well protected right now.
Yeah, that's a good maneuver. Eh?
Like you can play g3, but that's always slightly weakening at least. Like especially when the bishop can go to c6. But I mean, it's also a normal move for White.
How would you evaluate the current position?
Like White has the bishop here, so at least White shouldn't be worse. But like Black has quite good development already. I think it should be more or less equal, but I don't know. Maybe, if anything, maybe White can be better.
We must say that we switched off the engine because we don't need it with
no more
Rasmus
cheating
present. So now we're trying to form our own opinions here. Yes, but okay, solid position anyway from right side. How would you play? Would you play c4, or would you maybe just wait, or queen b1, whatever? Yeah.
Like I'm considering if White wants to play e4, he needs to move the queen, like queen b1. But I'm not sure we want to play e4. Like probably it's better to open up the bishop, because after e4, Black is not forced to take on d4 themselves.
So c4.
Yeah, probably White should play c4 at some point. Like sometimes there's an idea to play d5 and take on f6, but it depends on the position if it works well or not.
Just showing some potential threats of fight. So you usually we are happy about this situation with two bishops because there's a lot of dynamics, but also black has some options. Yeah, maybe putting
yeah, sometimes
b5.
even b5. Yeah. Maybe now.
Trying to attack. Even this is legal at least. Yeah, so it could be considered.
It's probably a very sensible move. Like after c5, you get this nice d5 square, and the bishop is locked in.
And also can later maybe put also bishop. Yeah, so it is of course playable positions.
That's maybe another reason, like the queen is not that well placed on c2 right now. If the queen was not on c2, you could take on b5.
So usually if you have this Nemtsovich structure, you either have bishop already on d3 and queen maybe on a2 and rook on d1. That's some position that I would love to play. We fight, but here of course it's less comfortable for.
Well, actually, Bogdan has just played bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
That's
okay.
probably a good move. Yeah,
So
after if you improve the bishop, also e4 becomes more attractive sometimes.
He can also regroup the queen if necessary. True.
It's maybe quite smart to stay flexible in the center.
Because it's very unlikely that black would do it. So something.
Yeah, then e4 at some point becomes too strong, and even the f pawn can sometimes come.
No, what I was hoping, maybe we have at the moment still some blockade on the white squares.
And if knight e5.
d5. Okay, I wanted to show the blockade, but you want to play f3.
Here there's queen takes e5.
Yes, that was unfortunate.
I wanted to go to d1, yeah.
That was unfortunate, yes. So white has to be more careful in this stage. But then it is
already awkward, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to play queen d1 and then f3. But maybe there's something concrete.
Knight g5, whatever. Pawn is handing. The pawn is handing.
Yeah.
Pawn c4.
Like if I get to play f3, e4, white will have a very nice position.
Maybe I should. Still knight takes c4. I can't see. So b5, then f3. So let's demonstrate it to our viewers, and that is more pleasant, of course, for white.
Yeah. Okay, sometimes it's slightly awkward that the knight can't move well from e5, but in order to attack it, black needs to move their knight themselves, and then we can go to g4. And here we can also always take the bishop on g6, but if black went to b7 or something.
Important that we are not trapped here. So maybe we can move to the next game.
Let's check in with Matthias, who is playing black against Pavel Ilyanov. And quite a lot has happened here. First of all, let me ask you, what did you make of Matthias' decision in the opening? We talked about it a bit when he took the knight on f3.
On f3, yes. So let us come to this moment just directly, because we were not sure about it.
Okay, I think like both are fine. Like the problem is the bishop can get slightly bad because it's light squared and all the pawns are on light squares, and sometimes like it ends up on g6, h7, and it's just moving towards d3 and there's nothing there. But okay, I mean he took, and it's clear that white should be slightly better, but on the other hand, like Matthias usually doesn't mind like playing such slightly worse endgames and defending them, so I'm not too worried for him.
Okay.
White should be slightly better.
Because of two bishops, probably. Yes. It was interesting regrouping which was taken by Pavel to put bishop to c3 to a different diagonal.
Yeah, actually I have a lot of experience in these types types of endgames because I like to play knight f3, g3 and blitz all the time. And if black plays with bishop f5 this system, like against bishop g4 I play something different, but if black plays bishop f5, I very often get this endgame, but with c takes d5 and e takes d5 included. And then it's very good plan also to put the bishop on c3 and then knight e2, b4, knight b3. And it's a slightly better endgame.
Okay, let me show it because that could be interesting. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
just in general, yeah, just that could be a plan.
Yeah,
white.
the problem is black doesn't really have any plans at all. Like it's not easy for white to improve, but at least we can play like knight to b3, rook e1, king
And
f1.
from b3 you go, of course, to maybe even to a5.
Such moves. But also just playing slowly and staying because black doesn't really have any plans at all usually.
And now I can understand better what Elianov is doing. He played immediately bishop c3, but probably the main idea is the same, yeah? Just to put pawn and to bring the knight to b3 and maybe to a5.
Yeah.
Let us see what happened. Showed castle, b4, yes. So now he showed his intentions. And Matthias started probably to fight against it, yeah?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised he played e5 because maybe it's just good. Yeah, it's just very committal. Like I thought he would just play like bishop d6, bishop e5 and wait. Or like rook e8 and see what white is doing.
Bishop e5.
Yeah. But okay, maybe I don't want to take on c3. Okay, right now I'm threatening d4, so white should be careful.
Yes, so knight b3 probably. Yes. Staying flexible. And
maybe now we can take on c3 and take on c4 and knight e5.
It's what a strange pawns.
Might still be slightly worse, like knight a5. And white gets the d file maybe.
Yes, let us show it. Little initiative, of course.
Yeah, this knight on a5 is very strong.
Maybe later we have some regrouping like this. Okay, so e5 is, of course, interesting continuation. We were talking about it, that of course white bishop is now more enthusiastic, but on the other hand, maybe knight already on d2, so it is not possible to play knight c3, so that's maybe make more sense. Knight b3, of course, was played. It now was some forced line on bishop e5. So that's
same idea was just pushing the pawn before. Okay, the pawn is slightly weak on e4 sometimes, but on the other hand, it's restricting the bishop.
Pavel just played one more move. He played rook f to d1.
Which is absolutely natural move. Does it create a threat to the pawn on e4, actually?
Yeah, probably yes.
Could be at least. Could be at least. So. Both also knight on d7 is under some pressure.
And this knight a5 move is always very annoying.
Just showing to our viewers what white may intend to do.
Yeah, so what do we do about this concrete threat of the pawn on e4?
Okay, you can just
maybe take on knight e5.
Okay.
Because one point could be that after knight a5 immediately we can play b6 now.
And pawn is protected, which is good.
White can, white can play c5, but sometimes we get the knight to d5 then.
Can do it even immediately and the fight.
Yeah, then we can play f5.
And now do you think black has solved the problems?
Now it should be fine, I think. Yeah.
And we can also now protect the pawn.
White can't play c4 because b4 is hanging. So now we got a solid position somehow.
Yes, just demonstrating this.
Can we not trap
maybe
the
we
knights?
can trap it,
We
yeah.
can still try it, yes, but okay, this is still not very clear, or?
I don't feel so confident
Yeah.
about my knight.
Yeah, maybe
Okay,
it's
let's
just
try it.
trapped, yeah.
Let's try. It looks like trapped, but
Rook
Or
b3.
b3.
rook b3. I wanted.
Okay, rook
I
b7
can't do
maybe
much.
works still.
Yes, I can't do that much.
But even then we can sometimes... I don't know.
But that already kind of risky, really risky
He
business.
needs to think about before doing that.
So we have fight in a little bit better situation. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
A little bit better.
Maybe also after this 95, rook d4 is just very strong. And e4 is hanging. I mean, I think
so
black needs to find something concrete,
here,
otherwise it gets very unpleasant.
Or
Probably
was-
there should be
was-
some concrete way to...
was here c5,
kind of
95.
okay.
There are so many options, and we can try to improve in this stage. For
Yeah,
sure.
rook d4, yeah.
It's still not an equal position.
Yeah.
So keeping pressure on some pawns.
Okay, so Pavel is putting some big pressure here on Matthias Bluebaum, and let's check in with the final game we haven't seen yet. Erwin Lamy against David Navarra.
And here we reached an ending after shot castle queen b3. Which again it looks about equal to me, but after a5, okay. I think Erwin tries to seize create some pressure over the queen side, and what to move now? e4.
Well,
What it is all about.
so white can take both ways, yeah?
It's very dynamic idea. Yeah? So let's check both moves. I simply don't know. Maybe it will lead to the same positions. Yes, we take
Yeah, the idea might be to play c4. just-
c4. Yes. And where this knight is
Yeah,
going.
it could just be much better for black.
A kind of awkward situation. Yes.
And just take the pawn.
But that's of course much more simple. I was for some reasons just only thinking about b5, but of course take it because
How serious do you think black's advantage would be here?
Quite serious, I mean, I don't know. But we go rook d2
Just
next
this
move, and
position.
I don't really see how to play the position for white at all.
Yes, look at this, yeah, beautiful piece. And 3 against 1, and a little bit damaged pawn structure. That means that it would be difficult to create a pass pawn. So it's a good position for black.
Yeah, it looks like
It would be
e5.
good position, but
As e4, sorry, looks like a nice.
Yeah, it looks very strong.
take first, yeah? Let us
Okay,
see.
there's also the possibility to take on b6. Like then we don't lose the pawn after the c4 idea, but
Okay.
on the other hand the rook gets very strong on the a file.
So here, not a big deal. Do
we
we
play
start
c4, I don't know.
with c4 first? Start with c4. Oh, again, the same type of problems, basically. So now the last attempt was to take now, yeah, on b6. It's not what Erwin wanted to have here, because he obviously wanted to have control over a file. But okay, so what is going on?
I think we just take back.
Yeah. And then now to exchange. Now to exchange. To take.
I don't know, maybe we take first on e4.
Here on e4, yeah. Okay.
The pawn is maybe weaker on b2, I thought. But here we can maybe take in rook a3. But then rook b1.
It was actually very interesting also your complications against David Navarra. Yeah, it was also very nice move f5 played. Did David overlook it?
I think he saw it, but I think we both underestimated how bad the endgame is, and he didn't see good alternatives. But it was better just to take on f4 and be worse. But like this endgame was really worse for white actually.
So now today he is very motivated to improve the quality of his game.
Well, also their game was introduced on the stage as these two players still haven't won the game, which gives some last minute some extra motivation.
Some pressure, yeah. Okay, maybe white should be able to draw, but for sure black is pushing.
Black doesn't have problems. Compensation for
but
for
probably we play 92 and take the pawn on b6.
Actually, I just realized now, I had this random thought that in your tournament, except for Pavel Ilyanov, everyone is playing the Olympiad, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a big warm-up, because it's also, I feel like, especially the last rounds, I don't know if you would agree, that it's important to leave sort of on a high.
Yeah, always. But I think it's like perfect warm-up. Like the Olympiad is a very strong tournament, but compared to this, we will get slightly weaker opponents actually. Yeah.
Well, unless you're playing on board one. All the time.
But just on average, like this,
average,
not 26-70 every round.
Yeah. You'll also play almost twice as many games.
Yeah.
Have you played Olympiads before?
I played one.
The last one in Batumi? How are you looking forward to India, to the Olympiad?
Yeah, a lot. Like I played European Team Championship for the national team 3 times, but only one Olympiad, and Olympiad is somehow bigger and more festive somehow. Like the European Team Championship, it's a lot about the chess. And Olympiad, maybe it's
a big festival.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
You guys will be coached and captained by Jan Gustafsson. I think he hadn't been a captain in a while, or maybe.
I think he coached the team of the Netherlands 1 or 2 times, and he's also been a coach of Denmark, I think, some years ago. But yeah, first time for Germany.
And how do you guys look forward to it as a team, and having Jan back, being the captain of the German team?
Yeah, I don't know about Jan as a captain of the German team, but so far it seems like we're getting along quite well. Like we had some online session, which was quite fun, looking at some openings and good vibes. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I think the atmosphere in the team is quite good. Like I'm friendly with everyone. Like I have a long friendship with Matthias and like with Dmitrij, we're also very good friends, and Vincent and Dieter also. Like the atmosphere is quite good for the last few years, and good team spirit. So I think there's like the only thing hindering us is playing good chess. Like, yeah.
Well, that is to be taken care of there. There are some big teams missing this year. No Russia, no China. Yesterday it became public Rajabov won't be playing either, so Azerbaijan dropped a few ranks in the starting list. Do you guys give any thoughts to our ambition is to maybe play for medals, or do you just try and do your best?
Yeah, I think we're considering playing for medals, but on the other hand, we're not putting any pressure on us. Like, we're not favorites to get a medal, but we're like among maybe 10 teams or so who are playing for bronze or silver medal. Like, USA is of course a big favorite, but apart from that, like there's few teams that are slightly stronger than us, but we are among the favorites to contend for medals. Yeah.
Well, back to the tournament, and maybe we can check in with the NC World Masters.
That's an excellent idea, because we somehow need to revisit this main game between Daniel Fridman and Vishy Anand, and there are a lot of things happened here. After the move 97, it was the last move that we saw, and very interesting move of Daniel Fridman, G4. Wants to control the square A5 and so prevent the plan of the black. Knight A5 and pressure. So that looks like a very good move to me, and it solves the problem of no castling immediately. So
also, when the rooks are exchanged, you can maybe sometimes just leave the king on E1.
Yes, it's not so urgent.
Like a big point of castling is to connect the rooks, and if it doesn't exist, it's not the biggest problem. Yeah.
Have you been interested in following this event that's played alongside you?
Yeah, it's fun to follow. Like all these crazy openings. Like Dmitrij is playing this F3, King F2 in every game. It's
Would you be eager to try it out someday?
For sure. I mean, yeah, but.
Let's see what happened here, because B6 was played and we still have a bunch of moves. B6 is interesting, yes, it's not the most obvious move to me. It tries to counter, I mean, it is still...
Yeah, I mean, the problem is probably black is lacking many plans, so at least this is a plan, and if black gets to exchange on the B file, the knight on C6 will be much more securely placed.
Knight comes back to C6 and
D4,
maybe D4 still the only weak spot in white's position. We have here move bishop F3 for white, not king F1 for white, and knight D7. Now knight D2 was played. Pawn took. To have knight C6 is not a bad thing for Anand. I guess this is a position now.
Yeah, I feel like black should be okay now. Like a few moves ago I thought white's just better, but this B6, B6, C5 ideas.
It's very interesting, very interesting way Anand played it. Somehow I feel that white bishop now on F3 is lacking possibilities. Would be better to have it in another diagonal.
Yeah, maybe to E2, but you need to keep D4 protected, yeah.
And now G4 is a little bit weak. Yeah? That's why maybe he wants to play king F1, king G2, just not to weaken position. So, about equal or even, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it should be about equal. I mean, white shouldn't be worse.
So somehow we don't believe that.
Maybe white can put some pressure on A6. Like if we get some good piece consolidation to put pressure on A6, and if we get black to play A5, we get this B5 square maybe to put the queen or something. Then white might be better. Because for black, I don't really see many plans to improve the position even further.
But now we are hitting D4. I like it. I like it for also for Vishy. It's not easy for white to regroup. A bishop cannot go to E2. Okay, but the problem for me, the problem is this knight also. I don't see how to.
Yeah. It would be nice if we could get the knight to F5 or something.
To do something. Yeah.
Daniel just took the square from us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think we also should revisit the Kollars game. Yeah. Also,
a lot of developments there. A lot of pieces have come off the board.
Okay, and I think I'm not able to. to use my.
Oh, we are frozen.
We are frozen again. My computer is very sensitive to this program. So.
Okay, well, we can just have a look at the position on the live board for now, and soon we'll go to break and we will fix it. So we left it. Remind me, Artur, where did we leave it off?
A little bit earlier, before. Actually, Michael did a very nice move, king f2.
Yeah, so we left
queen
after
f2, f6, and now he made a very nice move, king f2. I like the move because rook is coming to d1, but the other one, yeah. So white keeps more heavy pieces on the queen side, where he wants to push pawns. So it's very logical choice to me. And we have small development after this, yes.
So the queens.
Knight c5 and.
Oh no, the queens did not come off just yet. What do you make of the bishop here in this position? Is it something for white?
I feel like it's not that big of a deal because black can put a lot of threats to exchange the bishops. And I feel like normally they should be maybe exchanged at some point, or even if not, black has a very solid pawn structure.
Yes.
And yeah.
Were you, actually let me ask you, were you impressed Dmitrij started out in your tournament but never played a single game? Then he got promoted to the NC Masters. Were you impressed with how quickly he was able to adapt and with how he's been playing?
Yeah, he's playing fantastic. Like the first game was not that great, but then he discovered this f3, king f2, and it seems like he's playing it nearly in every game and just playing great. So
but even the first game, he had a great position against Fridman.
Ah, actually, okay.
He was
I didn't know.
Actually very close to, huge advantage.
Yeah, I thought it was just bad after the opening, and then I saw it later when he was lost. So.
No, he had a very good position, so he could have a...
Yeah, but this game against Adams, I thought it was fantastic.
Yes.
He played really well.
So now Mickey decided to get the queens off, and we're into this endgame after Dmitrij is offering another trade of rooks.
Actually, it might be some concrete problems, for white.
So
to deal with this.
So what's the problem if I...
Like if you play rook 81, maybe we can take on a2 in the end. Maybe it's too much.
So if we swap?
Yeah.
And take on a2?
I'm not convinced it's great. But
okay, what
like
if
b3?
B3?
Yeah, it's hard to see how to continue for black, but
so maybe not.
It's also not that clear what white will do. Like bishop c4 next move, maybe even just the pawn down. Black must place the bishop slightly.
Well, we're going down actually. Mickey played rook ad1 and Dmitrij took.
He took it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay.
He didn't. So it's Dmitrij.
Maybe you should think a little bit longer before doing that. Yeah.
Dmitrij to play. He has 44 minutes on the clock. So I'm sure he will invest a little bit of time, at least to see if he can capture the pawn. Rasmus, I think we are going to let you go in a second, and we will do some troubleshooting.
Yes.
But before I let you go, a challenging question. Not all our guests like it, but a round of predictions for you. So starting with the game Deac against McShane, what do you predict here?
It seems like Deac is spending a lot of time, so I would say it'll end in a draw.
A draw, okay. Then Elianov against Bluebaum.
It looks unpleasant, but I know that Matthias is good at defending such positions, so I also say a draw.
By the way, you cannot predict 5 draws because yesterday on the show we had
5 draws
we had 5 draws for the first
good
time.
in the last few rounds. So.
Because I said yesterday we have 5 draws, and Artur said it will be the first and the last time.
No way.
If I need to pick some game to win, maybe I decide later which one.
When you
it
come
might
back
be
to
that
the-
one. Yeah.
Okay, Erwin against David.
I'm just thinking quite a lot. Yeah. So it looks unpleasant. Like this is a good candidate to predict the win for black. Yeah. If I need to choose.
Yeah, I
one.
mean E4 was really a nice shot, and it seems like Erwin has really gone into
But I
the
thought
tank.
it's maybe rook f(a)(1 is also possible here.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
f(a)(1.
Ah, rook f(a)(1. I was
Yeah.
thinking, what's my rook doing there? Okay.
But I don't know. Like it's just worrying me that he's spending so much time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll predict the win for black here.
Okay. Good. That's what we want to
Yeah.
what we want to hear.
Some blood, yeah.
Cheering for David Navarro.
Okay, yeah, I predict a draw.
He predicted draw.
No, I think like we play b6 even.
Yes.
Usually these positions are.
So Anand
And finally-
draws,
Draw,
yes,
yeah.
Anand draws, and or it was
It was Mickey
it was
against
Mickey,
Kollars
Mickey.
draw, and finally Fridman against Anand.
Already end game at this moment.
This knight b4 move confuses me a bit.
What happened
Like
here?
I'm asking myself if he wants to play queen b3, knight c6, queen d3, knight b4.
So you think a repetition might be on the cards? For me, I mean,
Maybe.
Vishy is half a point in the lead.
But maybe he just plays a5 actually.
So if queen, where did you say queen b? Queen
b3.
b3 and. Okay, so the first thing you were saying
Mm-hmm.
is that we could have like something like this on the cards, but then you're saying maybe a5.
Okay, I think we can come back to this position after the.
Yeah, I just have to
He has
predict
to make the
something,
prediction.
yeah. I don't know, let's say black wins.
Okay,
Just because he's Anand. And
that makes
okay,
a lot
it
of
should.
sense.
I think it's just a bit difficult to play for white.
Okay, well, we'll see in an hour when you come back how your predictions are holding up.
Yeah, this game will just be a draw in 5 minutes probably. Yeah.
We shall see. But Rasmus, thank you so much for joining us.
Hopefully, we'll see all 5 games
I think
still in progress.
this prediction was very bad. I think they will just repeat right now.
You're allowed to change your mind. Do you want to pick a draw?
He already played knight c6 back, so yes, I changed my mind.
Okay, very good. Well, Rasmus, thank you so much. We'll have you back in 1 hour. And we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Okay. Yeah.
I wish you all good luck, and the games can be started.
Break, press back from.
Welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. As you can see, it's not just the two of us anymore. We have been joined by Grandmaster Dmitrij Kollars.
Und es ist einfach auch gut für Dortmund und auch für das Turnier, dass wir so internationales Publikum bekommen. Also die Westfalenhallen sind eine Top-Location und es ist richtig angemessen für diese hohe Qualität auch des Turniers. Es sind tolle Partien, die hier laufen.
denke, dass das eine wichtige traditionelle Veranstaltung ist, die ja schon seit fast 50 Jahren hier in Dortmund stattfindet und das finde ich wichtig für die Stadt. Das macht alles einen insgesamt sehr professionellen Eindruck und die Spieler und Spielerinnen habe ich ja auch gesehen, hoffe ich, dass sie sich hier wohlfühlen in der Halle.
Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. And Arthur, well, while we were on break, we had our first result of the day, and Rasmus changed his prediction just in time.
Just in time, because we had a draw in the game Anand black, Fridman white. And let's see what happened, because due to my computer problems, we left somewhere here after exchange, and we thought black solved the problems, more or less. And in fact, we even considered if black could maybe try to play for a win, especially here, but it turned out that position was not offering too much for black to try. Queen d3 was a good move, keeping an eye on a6, and actually d4 is the only weakness, and it is defended very heavily. So I think Anand decided that it is, of course, enough is enough, it is a draw, and they started to repeat the moves, which happened fully after the move 27, queen b1, correct draw, nice defending from the side of Viswanathan Anand. I just want to stress this very interesting move for me. I did not expect it. The move b6. It looks like a very interesting idea, a strong idea, just to stop white from making safe progress with before b5, and just to counter at this moment, and it gave the knight the square c6, and at the end draw. So very good game.
There's a funny story about this game. So after the game finished, I was in the main hall, and Vishy and Daniel came out, and they were discussing and laughing, and it turns out that Daniel was sure that he was going to be playing against Dmitrij Kollars. He said he spent a few hours this morning looking at Dmitrij, and he said when he came into the playing hall, someone was already sitting opposite Dmitrij, so he thought, what is this? And he was in complete shock that he was playing Vishy.
Yes, in fact, the number of rounds are a little bit different here. It's not a traditional way.
Yes.
And but of course he should check it in his papers.
Yes.
It should be written there, everything. Yes, but
even online, it's not so we can all check it.
Yes,
right?
yes. No, but he was like remembering the first round, and he thought that it will continue this way, but it was actually some reverse rounds here. And he had to play Anand, but sometimes maybe it is better not to prepare too much.
Indeed.
Yes.
Okay, so let's have a look at the other game in the NC World Masters, Mickey Adams against Dmitrij Kollars.
Yes, again we had a little bit of development at this moment after rook d8, rook a d1. Exchange, yes, there was some small speculation from our side if it is possible to take, but it looks a little bit tricky.
Yes.
The bishop would be cut off, and white also has some checks.
Even if there is no, it seems like now that we have the engine to double check it, there is no way to actually trap the bishop.
Yes, there's no immediate refutation of this, but it looks so risky that understandably that Dmitrij chooses the better way to play this position. Calm move b6, bishop d6 came, rook c8, bishop a6. Yeah, that looks like a nice move, but black is pinning the bishop, and now white played b3.
I think this was the game where Rasmus seemed the most certain about his draw prediction.
And again, it is totally understandable because black pieces are on the fine positions, and white is still lacking the proper coordination. Two bishops is very difficult to make use, because again, perfect defensive formation, pawns on the dark squares and bishop protecting white squares, so knight complementing this. Now the spin also, so at some stage white may go back to b4, and I think Adams is searching for the way how to continue the struggle, but objectively it's not.
There's not so
much. Not so much. Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on to the Grand Prix, and we can start once again with the game Deac against McShane, where both players, suddenly the times have really evened up, and I think
not so much happened.
Not much happened,
Not
just
much
the time
happened,
is ticking
yes.
down.
Yes. We saw this position after bishop d3 was played. Somehow we were even speculating that maybe move c4 is possible, but of course not necessary to do it. Also white was not showing any real plan at the moment, and indeed Deac just makes a very small tiny improvements of the position, and nothing special happened here. Now knight d2 was played, and in this moment black decides that time came for the principled move e5. Looks like black very nicely solved his problems. Yes. We were wondering about bishop d7, but everything came at a good place. Yes. So g3 was played. Deac just taking away some squares from the knight, but there is no positive idea behind it yet. Okay, control the square f4, maybe that's the point. But I'm not sure that white is threatening any pawn move. So.
And now, how do you think? How should black continue?
Well, it depends. Probably if black wants to try to play for a win, or maybe he's happy with the situation, he can make some, I would say, some kind of neutral move on the queen side, not changing too much the character of the game. Like, let's say something like b5 could be tried. So, okay, just to activate some kind of general activization of the
well, you were saying it depends on whether he wants to try and play for win. The only thing is he's sitting where he's sitting, he has a perfect view to all the screens, and he might understand that maybe Pavel is pressing, which might influence his decision a little bit.
True, yeah, but okay, the opponent is very dangerous. He's not
no, of course.
Weakening the position heavily or whatever. Yeah?
But if he's, let's say he has a choice between two continuations,
he obviously thinks how to fight. He obviously thinks it. But okay, we have also some suggestion which looks very risky to me. E5, e4, and then to try maybe to play on the king side, maybe even to push the h pawn in the future, or to bring the queen in attack. So something like this are the black's aggressive option.
I like this idea actually.
It has drawbacks that if white would play c4, then this bishop may start putting a pressure on knight f6. So it's double-edged. And it's something to consider, of course.
Yeah, also the players will have at some point to speed up, because Luke is now under half an hour. Still 23 moves to make, so it's getting already dangerously close to very little time.
They're already in a kind of rapid game, where they have half an hour for 20 moves.
Exactly, yes. So let's move on and see Pavel Yanov. his position looked quite nice against Matthias. And let's see if he is making progress.
Let's see what happened here. We left this game after the move bishop e5 and rook fd1. Yes, and we said, okay, there is some pressure already on e4. Black played rook e8. Alternative would be to take on c3 and to have this pawn structure. So it was not clear to Matthias what is the better pawn structure. He just played rook e8, a defensive move, just in case protecting maybe the pawn. And Pavel took on e5, which looks absolutely okay, and rook takes e5 was a choice. Now we see that there is some advantage for white based on some control over the open line, D line. Already white rook is there, so maybe we can prepare doubling of the rook, so, or first block black pawn on e4 and to consider that then maybe in the future to double the rooks. In connection with this possibility knight a5, that's
it looks like something at least.
Some advantages.
Because earlier we found, how did we make this f5 work earlier? This looked so nice if we could get in f5, but...
Yes, I think we had it after taking on c3, we had it in this variation, now knight e5, but the variation maybe was risky, and we were suggesting a good move, rook d4, and actually hitting the pawn on e4. I think we were getting f5 after c5, and maybe this is less accurate, less accurate move.
Okay, so we're back to the current position.
Of course, it is maybe still a small advantage for white, but it's something what Elyanov was playing for in this game.
Yes. Yeah, so Elyanov definitely the one pressing, but as Rasmus reminded us, Matthias is a fantastic player and very, very tenacious in defense. So we will see what happens here. And one game I'm very curious about, so let's go back there, is Erwin Lamir against David Navarra. We left it off after David played this fantastic e4 move.
Something
and
happened here. A lot of changes in this game.
A lot of changes indeed.
Less time to think, of course. Yes, this e5, e4 was very brave, very nice move. We liked it very much, and now let's see what happened. White took, and c4. So that actually looks not bad at all. Knight d2 was played. That's a very funny move, because after bishop takes c3, it's what happened. White took with pawn and rook, defending the knight. Yeah? That's very funny way to play. So in this position, black had an option to play b5. Positional pawn sacrifice, but these two pawns are very nice, very strong, and sometimes maybe black could had the chance. But David decided to win pawn back. It is a very difficult decision, was to sacrifice or to take pawn back.
Especially, I think, when your tournament hasn't been going so well and he had two bad experiences with the pawn sacrifice. Okay, it was different than this, but still maybe it will influence.
But you are right. It is, of course, let you doubt maybe your own ideas, because you sacrificed a couple of pawns and then you lost a couple of games. So the last thing what David wants is to repeat the mistakes. So that's why he chose here safer move, bishop takes c3. So b5 is a real positional sacrifice. And
but probably an interesting.
Very interesting, yes. That's what we were talking about. That pawns are good. Yeah? Black has here 3 against 2. But it is, in a way, it is easier to organize the passed pawn on the queen side and for white to use these double pawns to create a passed pawn. So it's a very interesting strategical decision. In a way, pity that David didn't play it because it would be a very interesting situation.
Also,
but understandably, under all the circumstances, that he wants to take pawn back.
Yes.
Yeah. But doing this, I think he lost initiative. He lost initiative, and actually very good maneuver also from white side to force black in defensive. The next move also looks nice to me, coming with the king in the center. It seems to be a very good idea. H4, H5. That I simply don't know if it was necessary. King F3, King F7. So situation changed slightly. I think that white has some ideas
What are those ideas?
attack. Okay, first of all, we have a clear object to attack, which we can try to do it immediately. That's probably one option.
Does black have to defend, or?
If not, then of course it's not what I wanted. Yeah, I hope that you have to defend it. But I don't know. Let us see. For some reasons, computer
I don't understand this computer.
Yes, suggest to give up a pawn. We will be quick.
Of course.
No, and then b5.
Yes. It's very nice.
What a tricky stuff. Yeah, so this is actually interesting trick is going on, but it's not going to happen because I think that Erwin played a different move. He decided for good reason, as we saw, that it is not productive to attack this pawn, and he played rook b1. Okay, that seems to be a roughly balanced position. Of course, if Erwin in some future will manage to maybe play like this and improve his pawn structure, he may get advantage here. But it's not easy, I guess, to make it work.
I think, David just played knight b3, and this could potentially lead to some liquidation.
Yes. No, I think he tries to prevent this, maybe this plan. Yeah? Let me see. Of course, the most natural move is to take. Yeah? But let me just see if I'm just stubborn doing my plan, and then black is ready to also to push his pawns. Yeah? So it's a very sharp position rising now. So now let us see what is this pawn sacrifice about. Black probably wants to go and attack the pawn.
And if I...
Not easy to protect, not easy to defend. So it is just a temporary sacrifice. It
and
looks like
this ending should just be a draw.
Yes, and looks like black is winning pawn back, and then.
And Erwin has captured on b3. So I think we will see some simplifications here.
So we can even try to put maybe a couple of moves, because in meanwhile I have an idea how to proceed here. Maybe rook takes a7.
Very nice.
Tricky move, but it reminds me the move rook d1 of Pavel Ulyanov. The same idea. That will lead to massive reduction of the material. Just following some not untypical position, not untypical course of action for rook endings, massive exchange of
yeah, and still, I mean,
pawns.
the engine says that this is just equal, but for humans,
We still might try with
Yes.
white pieces.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit more activity. You are on the safe side of a draw.
yes. Yeah, and all of this has exactly happened, and David just played rook c4.
Rook c4, yes. So it was his intention to. He realized that he is a little bit behind in the possible race. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why knight b3 to speed up the situation and to clarify it and to go to rook endings, which should be draw.
Absolutely. Let's go back to the NC World Masters and check in with Mickey Adams and Dmitrij Kollars.
Well, the game continues, and we see some progress on the king side of black, but all very carefully pushing the pawns and putting them all on the black side. Let us see how it progressed. After move rook d2, rook d8, that's, I think, this part we saw. b6, we were still in this game, and here rook d8, b3. In this moment we left this game, and g5 was played with Dmitrij. It makes some sense that black is playing on the side where he has pawns and pushing everything forwards. It's not dangerous at the moment, but why not? Bringing pawns to promotion
side,
square and yes, to the other side, and show some ambitions.
Yes. And then bishop a3 offering a trade of rooks.
It was annoying pin in a way,
Yes.
because bishop was stuck on d6. Now it goes home. Let us see what the development of the game may be.
I don't know, can we bring a knight to d5 and...
Maybe somewhere else. Let's see what happens if I...
Okay, I need to be careful.
Where do we want to put it? But it's so far it's
now
not...
I need to be careful already.
Yes, but it's not dangerous yet, because bishop b8, knight c6, so it's no harm is done, actually. So we are in a good shape, and maybe we want to play h3 in some moment. So how white would react here? Let's say white plays h3 someplace, then e4. Okay, so not much here. If c4.
What if we go back?
Computer suggests a funny move h3 here immediately.
Anyway.
Yeah, so this is a nice concrete way to liquidate some, but also to create some play on the king side. Just
yeah, I really like the way Dmitrij has played this, actually. Once again, I mean, it's just been, you know...
It's a good chess, but okay, Dmitrij is actually making very good step forwards. And
I mean, if he hadn't lost this first round game to Fridman, he would be absolutely fighting for the first place.
He still would have an opportunity.
He's still fighting, that's true.
For this. And let's see what is
Tomorrow
going on.
Tomorrow is the revenge match against Fridman.
Yes.
Let's go back to the Grand Prix, check in with Deac and McShane.
That was actually exciting game, and was developing very slowly.
Yes.
And they have to speed up at some moment. We were talking about these attacking possibilities, but I think I wanted first to play e4, but Luke decided to go immediately, to go with immediate action. I was
at least what is clear is he is ambitious.
Yes, that he fights. Yes, I was a little bit afraid maybe of such a moment that we can be attacked on G6. But Deac played a kind of strategical move, E4. Alternative could be bishop f5, maybe rook e8. Yes, I don't see immediate. No, I'm sorry, rook is handing.
Of course.
Rook is handing, so maybe rook b8. Bishop f5 is a possibility, of course. Maybe bishop d7 is the most proper.
Bishop d7 is a little bit sad to remove the bishop from that beautiful diagonal.
True, but exchanging one of these two bishops is not a bad idea.
True.
But we come back because Deac made a totally different move. It's a very strategical move, and it is pawn sacrifice. So that's what happened now. Pawn took d4, pawn took d4, pawn took d4, and white played f4.
Okay, well, Deac yesterday when he was here with us, he was telling us about this Mickey game where he was looking at the exchange sacrifice, and he seemed very enthusiastic, to push this h4 in the opening.
Oh yes, so he was very not surprising that he takes an opportunity also to show some aggressive chess. It's probably even more to his chess nature, to play entertaining, interesting chess. He's a very, very interesting player, and definitely today is a clash of ideas, what we have.
One thing, I have to say immediately, is I'm very concerned about Luke's time situation.
And you're definitely right.
20 moves to go.
Double advantage for Deac. Let's say position is very messy, unclear, but double time. So that gives white.
It's a huge advantage.
And good chances for the future.
Okay, so white has given up a pawn. Now,
first question. Let's say for what? For what? And here we should have to look at the pawn structure. White has now four pawns, and especially good is this e-pawn. So in the future battle on the king side, which is actually weakened by the move h5, white has an extra pawn. So it's not easy to do it in practice, because the move like e4, e5 will weaken the position, but it is some potential what he wants to use. That he wants to use these pawns. So now black has to find out what to do. Let me just make some random move, let's say h5, h4, just to continue, and to see what is going on, if white sticks to principle. It's a black plays knight
this position will be such a mess.
True. It became very difficult to understand. Maybe something like this.
First question, I guess we cannot take the pawn on d4, there will be some problems.
Some problems, yes, and
big problems.
This is it probably. But already, it's actually bad sign. H4 was played. I said random move, but that's exactly the move what Luke played.
Maybe Luke is a fan of random moves. Okay, h4. It's also consequent play.
It is interesting move, but as a matter of fact, there were some alternative ideas. I just show viewers maybe one or two moves even. This is also random moves. In fact,
but h4 is a continuation of the idea.
Well, otherwise the pawn may be hanging there. So why not to use this to weaken the position of white king at the same time. So that makes some sense to me. E5 is very principled move.
I have to laugh when I look at the camera because I almost feel stressed just looking at this position and to imagine to play this with no time. But Luke, okay, now he's leaning back so we cannot see him, but he was looking very relaxed. So we will see how this one plays out, but very, very exciting game. We have on
I must say I'm very much impressed how people in this Grand Prix tournament, how they handle the time trouble situation, and especially Deac. He is so nice, like even walking a little bit and thinking about position as if he had like 5 minutes on the clock at least. Very, very nice. No, they're all, of course, very good blitz players.
Yeah, I
that
think
helps.
this online, the fact that there are now so many online events really helps with having practice under time pressure.
Since this game, it looks like almost decisive, but maybe we look at the parallel battle of Pavel Ulyanov, because this is a battle of championship, who will win this tournament.
Oh, and in fact, I think that the other game has ended in a draw already. So only those 2 games remain because it looks like they have left. So maybe we can very quickly show because we actually were also on this way. I only mentioned this move rook b to a3 and instead, it was played actually. And was it the same variation? I just check. Yeah, I think it is almost the same variation. Rook takes a7. I played rook a3. Okay, that is slightly different, but why did he? Okay, also possible. Doesn't matter so much. It went to the same position. They came to it very quickly.
Exchange?
I think it's just the kind of position where the players know. It's just a draw and they don't want to sit longer than necessary.
Okay, that's also understandable. In this case, 3 against 3 pawns. What can you do? And you start repeating. In this moment, probably the chief arbiter already rises and comes to the board, and the players are relaxed and can make a draw.
So a draw agreed between Erwin Lamy and David Navarra. So Rasmus has gotten 1 wrong already. But I think now in fact, I think these other 2 games are very likely to produce a decisive result.
Okay, in this game, Pavel is pushing, putting a lot of pressure. Let us see how it happened. After exchange on e5, rook e5, we were thinking rook d4 or maybe just e3. c5 was played. Still looks similar to me. White can control some squares on d line and play knight a5. That's all good ideas. And here knight went to a5. In fact, the computer was suggesting very cute move, knight d2, threatening also to take on
once again this motif.
To take on e4 because this knight is not protected, and then to come to c4 and maybe to d6.
It's very nice. I like knight d2.
Yes, also possible, but okay, very difficult to see in the game if it is better than simple move for knight a5. King e7 now, happened rook a d1. Still pushing, black tries to defend.
By the way, I think in this game the clocks are broken because they cannot possibly. In 50 minutes we have a time control. First time control.
Very strange. Yes.
But I think they were okay. So we can zoom in. So
17 minutes against
19 or
I don't see because of knight on a5.
Maybe. Something like this, or 10.
It could be 10, yes, it could be 10.
And in fact, 10 makes more sense if we calculate the number of moves. Yeah.
Yes. So, very unfortunately, our clocks are not showing the real
Yeah, because I was thinking, wow, does McShane and Deac really have much less time? And then I thought, no, in fact, it's not possible. So yeah, 17 against roughly 10 for Matthias Blübaum.
White probably wouldn't exchange white to do so, would maybe repeat the moves, maybe.
But it's actually Matthias to play. What is going on?
Pavel made a move, whatever. I don't know what happened. Rook e6 was the last move, I guess, yeah? So Pavel...
But Pavel had made another move, and Matthias also, I think. I think it will appear soon. Maybe we can zoom in one more time.
We will look a little bit on actual board, and we see rook. I think rook on d4. Yes.
Yes.
Rook on d4. So it looks like white played rook 1 to d4.
Rook 1
yes.
to d4. Yes.
That was not anticipated, but of course again possible move.
And what did Matthias do? Okay, something. We will come back to this. Maybe we go back to Deac and we wait for this to update. But also, I mean, today there will be some... I think something will happen at the top of the standings. I don't know what it will be, but something.
We still, I'm still hoping for a decisive game.
Yes.
Although you are usually beating me in prediction.
Well, today I didn't predict anything yet. I will predict, my prediction is that Deac against McShane will end decisively. But which way?
Is possible.
Which way, I do not know.
So let us try to understand the position. And Deac, I'm sure he is thinking about this possibility, e5. And now we have two interesting possibilities, e6.
Deac is away from the board. So I think he also, can we zoom in maybe in, at least on the player cameras, because I'm pretty sure that it's at least
maybe he is still working, or maybe he made the move already.
I think Deac made a move for sure. And it's quite
you see our beautiful
yes, the beautiful
cameras and all possibilities.
Okay, the pawns are still on e4 and f4 at least.
True, but so knight f3 was a move.
Knight f3,
okay.
Yes.
That could be another alternative. And of course we also pay attention to this move, knight f3.
Do I want to release the tension with the h-pawn and take on g3 before doing anything else? Or?
You can do it, but then you still need to make a decision on the next move.
At least I can postpone it.
Yes, well, it's not so bad. In time trouble, you have
one move closer.
Yes. The big question, of course, who is profiting from all this exchange, and maybe at some stage White can try to regroup the pieces using an H file. But we can keep analyzing this position, taking into mind that, okay, we can maybe let the pawn stay on H4, we can take. It's more simple, of course, to do this way.
Yes.
So what is the idea? We protected now pawn d4, what White wants to do. Maybe he wants to keep attacking with knight g5 and something like that.
Sorry, I was just sidetracked again that I think the times are off a little bit, and in this situation it matters quite a lot. It looks like Luke has 7.5 minutes, something like this, and Deac's time seems to be completely accurate. So we will see, very soon we'll have a break, we will see if there's anything we can do to fix the clock times, but yeah, only 7 minutes, and we are only on move 22, so look, 19 moves.
Anyway, it will be time trouble, which is a kind of tradition in game of Bogdan.
In Bogdan, yes. I mean, Luke was, saying last night he avoided time trouble, and also let's remind our viewers that for Luke it's his last game. Tomorrow he will not be playing, he will be joining us in the studio, so a lot on the line.
Still, I think it would be decent for him to try to keep his promises. Yes? If he promised to avoid time trouble,
yes, well, now it's too late already.
No, too late. Yes, then he
has been broken.
Should try to do it, in my opinion.
But he didn't promise. He just said until now, you know.
Okay. He hoped.
Until now, I avoided it.
He hoped to.
But then he jinxed. No, okay. So and Luke just made a move, and he did capture on g3.
True. I think he will follow with Queen b6. I have this feeling that this is because
I know the clock time's updated as well.
That's good, but. Also, I like the move Queen b6 because it creates some small threat, small trick, or maybe it creates some small threat. Yeah? I just want to show it somehow. Let me try maybe some strange move, rook c2, and my idea was to show this possibility, and then d3. So queen from b6 is doing something dangerous too. Not only protects the pawn.
Yes.
So this is the reason why we don't expect rook c2 to happen, but maybe some defensive attacking knight g5 move, a mixture between defense and attack. Nevertheless, there's still some funny possibilities in the position. Look what may happen. Black may try this move. If bishop takes b5, then d3. So we are cheering for Luke to play queen b6 because it already starts so many interesting possibilities.
So tricky to calculate all these lines with 5.5 minutes.
He should not calculate it, even try to calculate it. And I think it just it has so many good features. Activating queen, going from pin, so why not?
You know what I think we should do? We should take a very quick break. I think we will make it less than 10 minutes because the tournament will very likely could be decided in this time trouble phase.
Good idea to have Rasmus back. He is needed, of course.
So we'll be back in something under 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere because I think the next hour could be decisive for the final standings in the German Grand Prix. So we'll see you soon.
I wish you all good luck, and the games can be started.
Press the clock.
Welcome back to the Deutschland Sparkassen Chess Trophy. As you can see, it's not just the two of us anymore. We have been joined by Grandmaster Dmitrij Kollars.
Und es ist einfach auch gut für Dortmund und auch für das Turnier, dass wir so internationales Publikum bekommen. Also die Westfalenhallen sind eine Top-Location und es ist richtig angemessen für diese hohe Qualität auch des Turniers. Es sind tolle Partien, die hier laufen.
Ich denke, dass das eine wichtige traditionelle Veranstaltung ist, die ja schon seit fast 50 Jahren hier in Dortmund stattfindet, und das finde ich wichtig für die Stadt. Das macht alles einen insgesamt sehr professionellen Eindruck, und die Spieler und Spielerinnen, habe ich ja auch gesehen, hoffe ich, dass sie sich hier wohlfühlen in der Halle.
Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. We have been rejoined by Grandmaster Rasmus Svane. And Rasmus, you couldn't have come at a more exciting times because things are really, really heating up, especially in this Deac against McShane game.
Yeah, this game really looks very exciting. Like 17 moves to play in this position is quite crazy.
I'm pleased that Luke played Queen b6 because it creates so many tactical possibilities. We looked at sometimes you can take on it, or sometimes...
Maybe we can show them again on the board, I think,
yes.
for the viewers if they're just joining now.
And actually now we switched off the engine because we have Rasmus with us. So we can just see, for example, very bad move, but just illustrates the big point. And another possibility, after knight g5, for example, black could play bishop b5. Wow. Very interesting move, and d3. Nice move. Very nice tactical idea, and to pick up the bishop. Yes, so there is some tactical possibilities all of a sudden. Yeah, so
let me ask you, Rasmus, because we were talking just before our break about Arthur saying that he's very impressed with how all the players in the tournament have handled themselves when they were getting low on time. We didn't see any collapse under time pressure. We didn't even see any, well, we saw some mistakes, but that's not to be avoided, but we didn't really see any big blunders. Do you think that the fact that online chess, that there's now so many blitz events, has anything to do with it, or do you see another reason? Are you guys just all so good?
I mean, I feel like I missed 2 wins myself, and I'm playing a lot of online chess. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we are all professionals, and we're used to being in time trouble also, especially the people who get in time trouble often. They are maybe a bit better at handling it.
Do you still get nervous when, or does it depend on the situation?
It also depends very much on the position. Like, in the game against McShane, I was much more nervous because it was topsy-turvy. Sometimes he was much better than I was much better, but against Navarro, I was not as nervous.
Yes.
Because I had such a comfortable position,
Hurrah! Luke played this bishop b5 move in reply to knight g5. So we have real complications.
Yeah, this game might very well decide the tournament, because Luke is not playing tomorrow, and if he manages to win, there's huge pressure on Pavel.
Then he can relax.
Well, maybe we can just take half a second to check in with Pavel and Matthias. Just very quickly see
just what is going on.
What is the current situation there?
But it looks much more positional. There was some pawn sacrifice, but kind of interesting pawn sacrifice, not to lose on a4, but just if we are going to lose the pawn, this is a better way to do it.
Maybe we can one time zoom in on the camera just to see the clock times, because once again they are not correct on the screen. Just want to see, but the knight is still in the way.
Let me show quickly how we got to this position.
10 against 12.
It was like king e8, knight c4.
Yeah, Matthias is just waiting and saying, how do you improve your position?
They're repeating it. Now I took rook c4. So it was not like Pavel found a clear plan, but it was more like...
now he's allowing knight b7 also, right?
Yes, that's what my...
But it's probably just okay for black,
to take, take first on f2 maybe. Let us see, take. Check, Rook d7.
Yeah, like the problem is the white pawns on the queen side are not that great, I mean, it's 2 pawns, but only 1 pass pawn, and the other one is doubles.
Not so easy for white. Okay, maybe b5. But then you take on c5. I missed it. Not having an engine. Not having an engine. Something like this is happening.
Okay, let's show the whole reason for our viewers at home why white cannot simply recapture, because of
knight e4 is coming.
but that's very nice actually.
Still some tricks because of this knight position. Somehow I like the move e3 if it works, because pawn was under pressure, and to lose it clearly, that means that white has a very healthy pawn.
Well, in fact, Ulyanov decided to take it.
Yes, that's knight b7 was not working, so then it is clean move. And okay, this not a big deal actually so far. Unless white will find some way to sacrifice some play for sacrifice something on d5, then all of a sudden he would have connected.
Okay, still it's a very unpleasant endgame. But at least white has to show something. Like Matthias will just wait and see what white's plan is.
I just want to show our viewers what is it, because if we put the king on d7, then bishop c6 would be played, and otherwise we are staying in this tactical, uncomfortable situation if white wants maybe taking this. Always to calculate this.
Yeah, that's why maybe black needs to play some uncomfortable move like king d7. I don't know. Like probably you need to prevent knight c6.
To protect the pawns, the king has to do the job personally, and just covering important pawns. That's of course is correct.
Maybe the king is actually not that badly placed on c7.
Yes.
Then the rook gets free also.
True, that's the change of defender, which is makes sense, but it was not played actually.
97.
It was not played.
But getting the knight to e5 is also a nice plan, of course.
Not easy to say what is going on, because very quickly white played h4.
Maybe we should actually stick with the other game for now.
Okay, in this position white has a pleasant endgame, but will not be easy to win it.
Okay, very good. And now bishop b5. And we did not miss anything because Deac is thinking.
Both players now down to like 5-6 minutes and still 16 moves to go.
Wow. Yeah, it's a bit reminding of my position, my game against Luke. Like you are also both in crazy time trouble, but this game is even more complicated than our game.
What do you, if you could re-predict, what would you predict now? For this game, you predicted a draw?
No draw. Probably black win. Like I feel like the black play is easier.
Easy game, for black.
It's more obvious, at least after he got this bishop b5, it's more obvious what to do with black.
Well, so far Bogdan...
And also black is a pawn up.
Bogdan is thinking, but...
He just played rook c to d1.
Okay, that's a reasonable idea, just to be able to recapture with rook.
What do we want to do with those knight? I mean, what is black's general idea? I mean, I know we're not talking so much about general ideas in this position, but...
Like maybe exchanging some pieces, that's why white played rook cd1 maybe. Like white's point is maybe to get some attack, and okay, black can also easily get an attack if we open up. If we exchange some pieces, white's king is very vulnerable.
Something happened, fortunately for us, yes. I think, yes or not?
I don't think so. I think you saw some movement.
I had some crazy idea here, rook c3, but it's probably...
Crazy idea is always welcome.
That doesn't work in any way. But
that's what we were looking with Deac, the whole evening, very enjoyable evening. And
maybe white can take either the rook or the bishop, probably. Yeah.
So tell me what is follow-up? Okay.
I just thought maybe rook d3 and then you had some...
Rook d3, okay, so now you know, but you don't...
Yeah, you just take everything and I resign, I think. So.
You should have some idea, yes, maybe let me try to also to join...
I can't play knight d5,
join the...
But no, you can just take one more piece and queen c8 check. Even though knight f8, maybe we had actually not lost.
No, sorry. Rook h1. So we still got a crazy line, which no, just very stupid line. Queen b2. But at least we managed to get a little bit of action.
Okay, but it also, I think it's even if the line doesn't work, the players will think of these things as well, and it will cost some time.
At least for a few seconds,
they
might have some crazy ideas like this too.
I think it is very important also just to be able to put some problems for the opponent. Yeah. So now Luke has down to 3 minutes.
I think in this way Rook CD1 was also very smart, because otherwise it's quite clear like you like to exchange the rook and so on. But now
it's also what you said, that probably to keep more material is in White's interest. Yeah?
Luke has just played knight f8.
Oh, not the most expected move. What about taking the pawn now? I'm just curious about it. Check. Queen f2. What do you take?
The bishop,
take a bishop. And this is not good.
It's just not a problem, I think.
Black has also some possibilities to counter, and knight is handing. What else could be done?
Like e5 is always an obvious move, but then black gets this d5 square for the knight. I don't know if you need to take first. Probably it's not even necessary. And here, after this queen h5, black can play queen g6 always. And h7 is protected. That's a good point of knight f8 also.
g6, please. Or whatever.
I thought like, here. Yeah, maybe black also takes on d3 first, and then you always have this queen g6.
We need to calculate
it,
because
I don't
not so sure.
Much of this position.
No.
But at least this e5 is a natural move. You would like to play it if it's good.
Let me try. And then I want to take everything and have big fantasy.
If I play completely crazy, like queen h6?
Yes, you're welcome.
And rook f2, I thought.
Wow. That's what we want from our guests.
But it looks very
I have defense, of course, yes.
That's nice.
I'm not sure. I missed this one.
Okay, queen b3.
Yes, okay, we have really...
But also the bishop is now creating many threats. Yeah.
I would be terrified as black, actually.
On e6, f6, no problem. Yeah.
It was almost like a checkmate, like something like that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
the knight is very strong.
f6 is.
But actually, even rook d2 in the final position instead of sacrificing the queen. It's also not clear.
Okay, we created some for our viewers to laugh, maybe some position.
Well, I think it's not so much a laughing matter, because once again, some of these lines, okay, maybe without
it's
the
like
queen
a human
sacrifice,
approach,
it's not so clear if it's completely insane. In the current position, would you rather take white or black?
As I said, I predicted a black win. I think it's just easier. Like black is just more or less reacting, and if white doesn't prove anything immediately, long term, black is just better.
Bogdan is thinking, so it should be a big blow.
For the first time, actually, he looks a little bit nervous, I would say. Like, until now, he seemed calm, but I mean, I don't see any of the two players to be playing this position with under 3 minutes on the clock. What do you think? I mean, apart from e5, which, you know, as you said, is always tempting.
Maybe rook f2 or something. Could be an idea.
Just to stop
like
this.
You protect the bishop sometimes, and sometimes rook h2.
Actually, he played rook d2.
That means that he still dreams about some.
But now after bishop
checkmate.
d3, queen d3 would be rook
And now
c3.
rook c.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, rook c3 is coming. But maybe
But
he takes with
he
rook.
just wants to
Oh,
take with a rook.
Yes. He's not afraid.
Like he's
maybe.
losing a tempo, but
But let us show the other variation also, yeah? That because it's simply beautiful move.
But I am shocked. I thought that today, for the first time, we would see Deac stay seated at the board. I thought this position is just too crazy to get up, but no.
Of course, you said he is nervous, yeah? No,
Yeah.
I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I think he's enjoying this battle. Actually.
okay, it could also be a nervous thing to
I think
get
it
up
is
from the
actually,
board.
yes.
Yeah.
I think it is actually on the opposite, that it is a sign that...
Yes, I think it's a good routine, actually.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute. Walk. I like it.
Yeah, I got a little bit tempted to make a move
To
when
make
I
a
had
move
30
quickly, yes.
seconds, but he was like right beside the board, so I just kept thinking.
Did it unnerve you a little bit, or...?
Actually, no.
But do you think there are other players that could?
No, in between they already saw it, so it's
Yeah.
not a surprise.
Yeah.
It would
Yeah,
be
I
maybe
didn't know
first
it
time.
before the game, but...
Well, actually, I talked about it with Luke last night. I said, tomorrow you know that if you get into time... And he hadn't noticed, actually. And he said, well, good to know in case we get into time trouble. And
Yeah,
So
but it's
you
strange
were
to be
coaching.
the only one at the board when two players have 1 minute on the clock.
especially in a position like this. But, okay, when Bogdan was here yesterday, I didn't know how to ask the question in, you know, in a way that when, but I asked him when he walks around with little time, does he still, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And he
yeah.
said yes, for sure.
He still
said,
calculates the
of course, I'm
position,
thinking
but
about the positioning. What a
Look
stupid
what
question.
happened. Look what
Ah, he
happened.
played it.
I think he played
Oh,
rook
wow.
c3.
Ah, that's very smart now, yeah.
Yeah, but this is very sharp stuff. Yeah? What a nice move.
And now it's bishop b5?
Okay, can I ask the most obvious questions first?
Yes.
So we can take the rook, yeah, because we lose
Yeah, now the
material
rook is
immediately.
hanging. That's the point.
Does he want to
Okay,
take?
you can take on
G3?
g3.
King h2, yes. I would think. Relieved that you don't win immediately now. Rook c3 is such a
There's
powerful
something
move.
with-
Rook
He must have
c3.
seen something at least. Maybe you can also just play rook e3.
After bishop
But
b5.
then queen c4 is
After
threatening
bishop
f7
b5
also.
rook
Yeah.
e3. Queen. Oh, that is serious business.
Yeah, probably that's not a great position to.
Yeah, and f7 is actually very hard to,
Yeah.
to defend.
So okay, bishop b5. What is going on?
I think he's about to take.
It's about to take. Yes, we'll know it
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, he
Yes.
just took it, yeah.
Rook
Probably
takes
it's something
g3
with rook
already is
g3, yeah.
calculated for Luke. King h2. I'm trying to understand. Maybe now rook e3, whatever, yeah, because you have some g4 check, and queen h6 is coming. Oh God,
But
everything
f7
is
is also
possible.
hanging,
f7
yeah.
is handed. No, this is amazing.
Yeah, there's also some. You would like exchange, sacrifice the knight and queen h6, but the rook is hanging, so it's not made that way.
But I'm sure that Luke has a perfect idea, yes.
Must have seen something. Maybe also.
Maybe not
uh,
perfect, but
three.
some idea he must have. King h2 is on the
Yes,
board.
King h2, that's
Also
what we
d3 might be a
expected.
move. I don't know, maybe you can just take it with the
You
bishop.
can take a bishop.
And then rook
And-
e3.
And you can take on d3 maybe also, because b2 is handing, but
Yeah,
probably
but then
not.
white is up material, yeah.
For our viewers, just to let you know that this is move 28. So 13 more moves to make for Luke McShane, 12 more moves for Deac.
This is crazy. yeah.
It's really crazy.
And decisive game of the tournament, maybe. Yeah?
Yes,
Even though Pavel might just win, and yeah. Have good chances in the last
Pavel
round anyway.
looks good, yes, but we don't waste our time at his game, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, here now
if you have this, yeah.
under a minute.
And so many possibilities, I would be totally. So you said D3, I would trust your intuition.
I don't know.
We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice, we have to trust your intuition. Bishop takes D3. Yeah. And now rook F3 or.
And D3, nice played.
Knight G4.
D3 was
Knight
played,
G4. Yes.
But then King G3.
King G3.
I guess Rook E3.
Rook E3 now. Okay. Rook E3, and where Queen is
Queen
going?
D1.
Queen D1,
That's the obvious question.
but then this is handing. So Rook takes D3.
Ah, this way, yeah.
And Queen takes B2. Yes.
And then Knight G4 ideas.
And then very, very tough. Very tough. King goes somewhere. Let's say just.
Maybe you need to go up actually. King G3.
Yes.
Because now Knight G4.
Yes, King G3.
Maybe.
Then
Under 20 seconds for
oh,
the.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Queen D1.
I didn't take?
Why didn't he take?
Ah. Okay, now the rook
because
is
rook is handing. Okay, sorry guys. We had the move, so we stick to Queen D1.
Like rook G5 is tempting. But
yes, rook G5 is very tempting. We trust you completely.
okay, but maybe you just take it.
Take it.
Knight D4, rook D3, and
rook D3, but here two knights.
Yeah.
Maybe two knights may be better than two rooks. Who knows?
Rasmus doesn't look convinced.
No,
doesn't look convinced.
With the knight on F8.
But how would you play?
Knight. Maybe King G1.
King G1.
And after Queen B6.
Okay, Luke didn't take on
Luke
G5.
played Queen E3.
Queen into the game.
Oh, but Queen E3.
That's a
He
looking move.
wants to checkmate us. He is checkmating us. No, it is a joke. Maybe Bishop takes F6. Because I'm so afraid of Knight G4 check coming.
Yeah.
It's still, I don't see checkmate, but it may come, no?
But if we take on F6 and GF, and then what?
Very, very good question, but
Okay,
it was
he has
taken.
yeah.
Okay, my point.
Queen E1?
Queen E1, we trust you completely.
Ah, but the queen is protected.
Queen is protected, so he can take
it,
on G5. Okay, so come
It
please.
should be a winning endgame. The rook on G3 is hanging, but the rook on D2 is also hanging.
Yes, it's so exciting now.
Luke
But
has
then rook
recaptured.
F2 and Queen G5, maybe, I don't know.
Or maybe just an oppositional move rook F3 maybe in this moment.
Ah.
No, that's also strange.
Goodness.
Also strange because
That gets a lot
F4
of
is
pawns,
handed. A lot of pawns and a lot of counterplay. Okay.
Rook F3 played.
What is this? Is very bad sign. If they start playing my moves, this is not good.
For our viewers,
Maybe
just
it
to
might
keep
actually
it posted.
end in a draw like I predicted. Like black takes all the pawns, white
So you
takes on
knew it
D3
all the
and we
way.
exchange
You
everything.
recognize this liquidation
Such an easy
is coming.
prediction. For our viewers, this is move 31, so 10 moves to go for black, 9 moves for white as Luke takes on F3.
Maybe knight G6 makes sense.
Makes
Or
sense
knight
too.
E6,
Yes,
maybe
yes.
it's the same. Probably knight
But-
G6, otherwise queen G1. Like just to have queen F2 check after rook takes D3.
But I think he will take with queen.
Yeah.
You taking knight G6, I take queen takes F4 check. Let's see what Luke will do. Maybe third move, yes.
Yeah, knight G6, maybe F5. It's just strong.
Just much more complicated to me. I
Yeah.
think it's not so much time to do. No, he
Knight
did it.
G6.
Bravo.
Okay.
I think
Okay, it might be a very bad move.
Doesn't
Bravo
matter.
for guessing.
Doesn't matter. The point is to find out, to play it. Yes, if you guess the move of Luke, you're getting
like F5, I'm thinking.
F5 looks strong. Yeah? I don't understand it. Maybe he has some. I don't know what he says actually.
I think F5.
Okay, Queen F4 check is possible.
But now not taking the pawn.
But at some point, why does a piece up?
You simply go away, yeah, with king. It makes also some sense to go because
King G1 maybe.
F5 played.
F5 was easy one. And of course, now a little break. 28 seconds, plenty of time to think. For me, they're amazingly calm. No, I don't know.
But it feels like black has to be careful now.
I think Queen
This is true.
H6.
Queen H6 is
Maybe he
spectacular.
wants to repeat now.
I think so, but King G1
If he can.
is played at tempo.
Yeah, and Queen E3.
Queen E3 probably best possible move.
It's probably his idea. He can go to H1.
Or maybe
Then he has
maybe
rook
he was
H2 after
maybe he
Queen
had
H6.
some other idea. Maybe he wanted really to play knight e4. I thought it's impossible, but maybe it was possible. And now some clever move.
Maybe King F2.
King F2. No, but it shouldn't be correct.
No,
So
I think black needs to
he
think
came
about
back.
making a
He
draw if
came
he
back.
can.
Queen E3. No, draw is a dream, but I'm not sure. I don't see how you get it if, let's say,
Yeah,
King
he's going to
H1
Yeah,
H1.
King H1.
was played.
Yeah.
Amazing. No, don't see it. Do you see it on the board?
On the
yeah?
board,
On
yes,
the board.
it was played.
So we see already King H1 on the board and
And knight
E5.
E5.
All this in very high speed, I must say.
This looks like a good move.
Maybe he wants to checkmate somehow. I don't know. Just
Yeah, the thing is, white would have played Queen G1 otherwise, maybe. And now you need to take back with the knight. And now
Which
we have
is-
a very strong knight on E5 in the endgame. We can actually play A6 immediately.
this
There
is
might be
very
some
nice.
What
line.
happens
problems.
Yeah.
What happens if white takes the knight? Oh, we'll
Yeah.
find out.
Yeah.
It happened, yes?
Yes.
It happened.
Okay, Brad probably just takes back.
Move
Yes.
36, so 5 moves for black, 4 moves to go for white.
No, but this doesn't look good. Yeah, it looks very
no,
bad.
but now
Now
Queen
Queen
G1.
G1 is
Yeah.
killing.
And Queen G1
This
is played.
this is simply lost.
This is
I'm
over
sorry.
the board, yeah.
I'm sorry. Or
Okay, rook D4.
D4
Might
bishop
be-
takes D3 and then king is gone.
Yeah, I mean, even if we lose the A pawn.
Yes, but we are not going to do even this. It's lost.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Wow, this will be a heartbreak for Luke McShane, but for Deac, absolutely huge win in terms of the tournament standings, as he puts himself back in contention
And
for
probably
for
also
first
very good
place.
Zoberg now. It's
Yes.
winning against McShane.
Yes,
Yeah.
true. A very good point.
Of course, it's very unpleasant then to lose the last game. And
Yeah. Especially from this position where it felt like he was the one pressing, but
he definitely had some tactical opportunities. We will check it later with new
with the
engine.
real engine. Are you saying our engine was not good enough to,
No, good.
to figure out?
Predict McShane's
He
moves,
he
but
could
they were just losing.
find
It was
all
a
moves of
problem, yeah.
McShane. So what do you want? But rook a4.
Okay, for one move to make until the time control, but this is just
The move to play rook a2 and then b5. Okay, he wants to.
He might just play king f2 actually.
Just to sacrifice
and
the
then
pawn.
get the bishop to c4 and attack f7 immediately.
Now that's what we show it to our viewers, because that looks like a fine, fine way to play. Then check bishop d5 and hit black pawns, and probably very nice move. And it is move 40, yeah?
Well, 39, it will be the last move now.
It will be last move. Yeah.
And we can see, like, even on the player cameras, like, Luke had this typical body language of thinking where, like, what happened, kind of things.
I think Deac preferred to play conventional.
Can actually also repeat, yeah?
Yes, if
and actually rook g2, rook g3 might be his point also, after rook d4 back.
Okay, he is winning without big difficulties here, I guess.
Yeah, just
maybe we can see, okay, they also just made the time control in Elyanov.
Yes, let us see what happened in Elyanov Blue Baron game. Pawn is lost, but what about the battle?
Still a big battle.
Still goes on.
Probably White made some progress, I guess.
Let's go back maybe and just catch up.
Yeah, let us see what happened after the move knight d7, which we were not predicted, but at least it covers from the idea knight takes b7. White played positional move h4. Now bishop h3.
That's a bit surprising to me.
Yes, little bit
too active. He just wanted knight e5.
And to
just
stick
stay solid.
on
f5. White can exchange a pawn.
Yeah, that is true. Also,
they're much deeper into the position. So.
What we were talking about, bringing king to c7 is not so stupid, and we can play rook e8, for example. Also was possible. But okay, f5. That, of course, gives White a chance later play e4 and to improve the pawn.
Maybe he just wants concrete counterplay, actually. Like he's taking this e4 square from the rook.
So that obviously
now getting
was
some active knights.
Okay, that actually was very interesting, but now knight is hinting, knight d4, so that it seems to be his idea, but he is lacking support. The two knights are dangerous, but they were not supported. Yeah, so I don't like it too. g4 looks like very unpleasant. Knight h6.
Knight h4 was not possible because of rook e3.
Rook e3 may win the material, yes. King f6 and g5.
King e6,
King
knight
e6,
c4.
knight c4. Yes. So knight h6 is a fine move. Rook e3, knight f7, knight c4, king e6. The moves are made, and Elyanov is checking if he can checkmate the king somehow, because he's almost forced to go to d4. Yes?
I think he is.
g5.
Maybe even happy to go to d4. He's getting a lot of counterplay if it's not made.
No, that I thought of this, but unfortunately knight g4.
Okay.
I wanted, I was so close to checkmate, but not
No cigar.
time. Not this time. So, what do you think? How to checkmate? Do you see some chance?
I don't see it actually.
Pity. It was such a good...
Next move, rook f8 maybe.
Yes, if we are not checkmating, then we should rethink our strategy. And if you start with knight move, okay, then White...
Actually, just made a move. What did he play?
He made the move, he calculated everything. But how did he play?
I think he might have played G5.
G5.
I think the reason that the clocks have been off, I think we have some small technical issues with this game, so the moves are not automatically relayed, but manually relayed. So that's why we have a small delay.
And okay, the clock position is totally different, so please don't pay attention yet to this.
I think he played actually. We can see. Well, I'm pretty sure I can see a pawn on G5 like this white pawn.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And also Matthias responded immediately. So
Yes, he has only one move.
It all makes sense.
Yes, he has only one move, and I think that actually it was intention to deliver checkmate, yes?
It looks so tempting for white too. I mean, the king is nearly mated, but if it's not, it might be counterplay.
King d5, yes. So, how to checkmate?
Maybe b3.
b3, yeah? b3.
Also, maybe we can zoom out the cameras because I think Luke might have resigned or might be about to resign. So we'll just and the game, the other game is finished.
The could have is it finished? Yes.
No, but no. I was thinking that it's maybe not easy to make a move.
Yeah. After rook g4, check rook g2.
And we see that
this is a simple way, of course, also to proceed. But it was almost...
And just to let our viewers know that the game between Mickey Adams and Dmitrij Kollars has ended in a draw. We haven't seen that for a while because the other games got in the way a little bit. Maybe we can very quickly show how that ended.
Yes, that actually was unforgivable for us because Dmitrij played well. Yeah, he played bishop.
He played very well. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop d5, very solid, and there was a threat h3 in many cases active.
Yeah, he put all the pawns on black squares, which was smart with the opposite bishop.
Yes, and now king e6, so he's playing very aggressively and forcing white to exchange many pawns, yeah, because knight f5 was a kind of issue, and also f5 is coming. So white decides that we need probably to show a small trick, intermediate move, and only then take it to take this, because otherwise f5 would be handed. So everything was under control, and after f4, pawn takes, black reduced the material to such an extent. Still intermediate check, and takes on e5. Okay, there is no... white would love to have maybe more advanced pawns, because here we saw already Michael decided not to. Yeah, there is no point, no chances to play for anything. So he accepts inevitable and draw, which means that Kollars won his own match against Michael Adams, and Anand won his mini match against Daniel Fridman, and tomorrow. Very important game for Dmitrij. He's still in very much in good position.
Yeah, absolutely.
He plays white.
Yes, plays white tomorrow against Daniel, and would be motivated, of course.
Maybe one last thing we can do before we let Rasmus go. Maybe we can go back to the McShane Deac game and check with the engine what was happening.
Okay, did we have already, no, we don't have a resignation, but it will come soon. So let us try to see what is going on. This moment, yes, after bishop b5, that was predicted in our analysis, and rook c d1 seems to be a very good move, and now black played knight f8. Also very good move. So they are on very good level. Rook d2 looked risky, yes, a little bit. We were suggesting rook f2 here, but rook d2 happened, and very interesting combinations was played. Rook to c3. Very interesting, but probably not exactly absolutely correct. Yes.
Yeah, but the engine is not saying that bad.
No, not that bad.
It's very interesting.
No, but the point was that the position was okay. Yes, if just do some positional move, so semi-positional move.
But
it was okay, the position.
Even just before we look at the engine, I want to say I'm so impressed with how Bogdan played. Like, he was under very serious pressure. But then also yesterday he was telling us, you know, he likes these tactical, I think, complications, and today he just maybe the engine.
He calculated very well.
Very, very impressive stuff.
But also on not so much time for both. But I think he likes these situations where it's really all down to 1 minute both, and still able to see a lot
Chess players can be a bit masochistic in this way.
Just
So
a lot of excitement. It looks like good line. And queen d1, excellent line.
I'm shocked at how little the engine is.
If you're not criticizing anything. I think that knight g6 was a mistake, yes. The rook f3, so excellent play according to our new engine, yes. And we also appreciate, but knight g6...
Knight g6 was a human move, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work,
we thought that queen e4 is kind of, okay, serious, normal move. Knight g6 is asking too much from the position, perhaps, But, yes.
Do you think it was a move that was made because Luke was too ambitious, or do you think...
I think he was not that sure that he draws easily after queen f4, because still white is a piece up. You have a lot of pawns, but the pawns are doubled, and white still has a pawn on a3.
It's the same. Simple, he couldn't be sure that he will draw this one as well. So this is a little bit strange.
I think he probably missed something with f5. I don't know. It's not that easy to calculate. Like, you could think that after knight g6, white takes on d3 or something instead. But
I have my theory, because I would be overexcited if I would find so many interesting, beautiful moves, and like bishop b5, rook c3. So you think you are in the middle of winning attack in a way, and
it's a bit
just to switch to some slightly worse endgame, just reject this and play something else, because you have a feeling that the position more promising than it is. And no, the basically, okay, knight e5 was also not the most careful move. A6 is impossible. Not in time trouble. Not in time trouble.
I think it's a game, and it's once again, it shows how brutal chess can be, because for Deac it's absolutely huge. For Luke to lose the last round of the tournament in such a fashion is very sad, because what we saw, I think, were the complications on a very high level from both players, really. You chose a good day, Rasmus, to join us here in the studio.
Yes, and this game, okay, after queen g1, of course, over, but they still keep playing. And we just have to show what happened after the last moment, probably, when we saw this position after rook d4, bishop d3, rook a4. Many good moves for white. Rook a2, no problem with it. b5. I think that Bogdan simply saw that possibility to liquidate, exchange the rooks, that reduces the possibility of any mistake. Basically, easy winning
it's just winning.
Position. Just to show how white will win it. It was bringing bishop to g6.
King gets to h6.
Waiting move, a4 is coming, a4, a5. Okay, but white can always maneuver.
He played already bishop e8.
Yeah. Bishop e8 was played now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just lost.
I think sometimes in these spots it's more like you're coming to just, you need a little bit of time to even...
Especially so much adrenaline and the time trouble, and then you have to calm down and realize you're just lost.
Okay, also maybe he wants to show to the
I don't think so.
spectators how to play this engine. It's a kind of fine maneuvering, yes. And now I think Deac would make a waiting move with bishop c6.
You can also run to the a pawn sometimes.
Everything wins.
Yeah.
But I guess his style already a little bit.
He already showed this bishop g6 once.
After I analyzed him last time, that we already feel his play. Now bishop e8 and coming again to put opponent in 6-1.
Yeah, there he goes. You're calling all the moves now. I think we'll actually see probably a handshake very soon here. Also, Bogdan is not losing any time. He's ready to go home, and he's very excited, as he should be, because well, he was trailing Luke by a full point today, so he will catch up with Luke, and depending on what happens,
very good.
And there is
I think he might cross 2700 today.
Oh,
like I think he was 2695 or something like this live.
Even more exciting. Let me very quickly get out my phone to fact check you on that, but I trust you, of course.
I must say they both deserve the praise for this game. It was one of the most exciting games in the tournament, and both playing very creative and maybe Luke didn't deserve to lose this one, but Deac was playing very
if he just played calmer and the time trouble, he saw some interesting possibilities, but unfortunately Bogdan just played perfectly.
Look what happened here in the Ilyanov game. We left it in this moment where I said we can try to deliver a check.
Just one last thing before I just wanted to say that it's a very nice touch just to see that the players are still at the board discussing, because I think it's a game, as you said, Deac, I just checked, he has now just hit 2700, so big congratulations to Bogdan-Daniel Deac on not just winning a huge game in the tournament, but making 2700 for the first time, I believe, and kudos to both players for having offered us really a spectacular game. And leaving us only with this Ilyanov Bluebaum.
For some reasons, engine suggesting rook c3. Yes, but I'm curious how he's going to checkmate. If he's going to checkmate.
Just slowly.
Bishop g2. I think he goes for checkmate and threatening checkmate.
Okay, maybe Black will play rook f8. He did play something else.
And it was rook a3 played, which I don't understand exactly. What is the difference? But here we are closer to checkmate, but still I don't see it yet. But threat probably bishop g2 and Sometimes
G2 is too
yes.
strong a threat.
Yes, and that's how to. And this knight on e5 doesn't have any square to move. Very funny. Not a move for this knight. But what is the difference makes this rook a3? For example, we play the same h6, bishop.
Maybe if at some point if he plays rook a1 instead of rook c1 with pawn on e3, there's no knight e3 check or something. But I don't know why you would want to play rook c1.
Yes, I don't know what is the difference.
Actually,
but
something is happening because they are playing
happened.
very fast.
I think there is a checkmate is coming. I'm sorry. h5 was played.
So
e3 was played. Okay, e3. King e4. How is he going to check?
King e2 is played, yeah.
So black doesn't have any moves nearly, yeah.
He's very quick. Maybe the idea is to somehow to bring the rook on a4 and win material.
Another idea could be rook a1 to d1 or f1 and then rook f4. And black doesn't really have anything to do themselves.
There were some other options with king g3. We already mentioned that it actually was a good option, yeah? Threatening e3 and then bishop g2 check.
Or king f4 also.
Or king f4, yes.
Yeah.
King f4, e3 maybe is not checkmate yet, yeah? Sorry. Maybe first bishop g2 and then e3. That's probably better threat. Or king f4 to support the threat. Yes. So let us see the position, what we have. What about knight g4? You can move the rook on d3 then, yeah? It is very close to some...
Rook d8?
Rook
d8?
Rook d8. Rook d8, knight d7 coming closer to checkmate. Knight e5, whatever. And knight f6 wins, yes?
Yeah, we can also just take it.
Many moves, yes.
Yeah.
Knight e5 doesn't make any sense, I agree. But what makes sense? King.
No, I think black just doesn't have any moves.
Not a good defense anyway. Yeah. So it looks like Pavel.
Incredible that we had two decisive results. Well, this one is no win yet, but we are likely to have two decisive results. If Pavel wins this game, he will go into the last round the sole leader still. But Bogdan half a point behind.
And it looks very good to him because he has attack, he has an extra pawn, has bishop, he has a lot of advantages, yes, and it's wouldn't be surprising if Matthias even resigns, but I think he would still make maybe one or two moves.
Yeah, he will probably play knight g4 or something like this.
Just to be able to bring the king back.
And I managed to predict all the games in our tournament wrong. At least the no castling games I managed correctly. Yeah.
All of them wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive.
Better luck next time. It is quite impressive, to be fair, to get them all wrong.
Like this Anand Fridman was not that hard. I was close to being wrong there too.
At least one you were very sure.
Yeah, this Kollars Adams I was quite confident.
Just let us maybe for 1 second explain this position of Luke McShane, why Luke McShane resigned. He's actually in Zugswalk, because if he pushes the pawn, then white simply comes and picks it up, winning later very simply. And if black moves the king, then white gets the square h6 for the king, and he's just stopping the pawn and wins here. Again, putting opponent and Zugzwang wins the pawn of 6 and wins the game. So coming back.
I think even that was very instructive how Bogdan did it, how he so easily forced the rooks off.
Yes, no, that was very professional. He has.
But I really, I mean, today I have been so impressed really by Bogdan. He's a player, of course, I knew he's very strong, but I haven't seen so many of his games live when I think you get a better feel. And today it was,
It was impressive that he was not doing any mistakes in complicated positions.
It seems like he is calculating very well.
Especially since we were watching it without an engine, it felt like some, like I think so often in these kind of time scrambles you see a player collapse under the pressure, but he was very calm, very confident, and
knew what he was doing at any moment.
And here Matthias is thinking maybe we can very quickly just zoom in on the clock time since they are off today, just to see.
20 minutes for white, and
that is not the problem, unfortunately.
21 minute for Matthias, yes?
Yeah.
Because somehow our clock is not really working, or yes, my clock is not working, definitely.
No, I think it's there. It's not your contact.
It's not my computer.
But I think we're going to be taking a break now, and we will let you go. But just final question, who are you playing tomorrow?
I'm playing against Erwin.
Against Erwin. The two players who want to...
I think even more, no? Like, and there are 4 players without a win actually in this tournament.
Yeah,
only
very
3
interesting.
players managed to win games.
So, well, tomorrow, do you still have energy? What are your thoughts going into the last round?
For sure, it would be nice to win a game finally. I mean, I play white, so I will try to put some pressure.
Okay, well, Rasmus, thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you.
Best of luck for tomorrow and for the Olympiad.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also from my side, good luck in the last game and for Olympiad.
Yeah, yes. Thank you very much.
And we are going to be taking a quick break, and then we will be back with the end of this game between Pavel Ilyanov and Matthias Blücher. Hello and welcome back to the final stages of this game between Pavel Yelyanov and Matthias Blübaum, where it looks like the king is really very close to being caught.
Yes, we had this position. We got it also with slightly different move order. Here we looked at rook d3, rook d8, knight d7. Yeah? But in the game it was first knight d7, rook d8, rook d3. And now black king is in big danger. There is also sometimes the problems with knight f6, and so black starts to run away. And a very natural move also attacks the construction here on the king side. Also rook f4 could be the threat, and let us see the main move, maybe king e6. And here we have a nice technical win for white. Knight f6 coming, rook takes, pawn takes, and then white simply picks up another pawn and has a technically winning position. So there is no need
to checkmate when you can just win in the ending.
Maybe there was some possibilities to attack the king, but this is a very
good enough.
Good enough, yes. That's what I am sure that Yelyanov is thinking. He's a very good technical player. I think he played rook d4. Yes, so
there are basically no moves.
Not much to do. I don't see what to do actually. So we can try maybe one or two moves. Let's say the king e6 we tried. Simply knight f6. Let's say knight e5, and just to see what is going on. Right, simply can take on e5. The game is finished.
It's finished.
The game is finished.
But I think we can also see from Matthias' body language that he knows the game is finished, and I wouldn't be surprised if he resigns.
No, because of course he defended as good as he could, and pleasant position. We thought that at one moment it should be closer to the draw, and it probably was, but then he played f5, and this was maybe the wrong judgment. We can check it now because that's the move what our life engine Rasmus did not like, and we trust his intuition completely. So, and that was not good move. That was not good move. And also actually already a little bit early with the move knight d7, we thought about this. About this position. Knight e6, yes, e3. Yes, we thought about this position and maybe just to go king d7.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you, but they are going down our exact line, I think, with this knight f6.
They went to some line. No, there was played rook e8, but rook f4 check came immediately, king goes, and knight f6 now. Anyway, the resignation probably will happen.
Yeah, because what? Okay, so let's say if the rook moves.
Okay, white wins the second pawn anyway. Maybe there is even some kind of checkmating.
I was wondering if there is more. Yeah.
More
so
than
let's see.
Let's say checkmating possibilities. Yes, with rook e4. Yeah, that's okay. Somehow I'm not really able to deliver checkmate here, but let us just stick to some simple chess is good, and now maybe. First check.
Take.
Okay. Simple chess. Sorry.
This would be.
Sorry, that's the mouse mistake. Yes.
Yes. Thankfully for the players, there are no mouse lips over the board. And yeah, with this extra pawn, the king is still
two extra
Cut.
pawns, which
Two
is
extra pawns, sorry, yeah.
which is button. Second problem:
Yeah.
what to do with this knight? Put it in the corner. That's of course horrible impression. Yes. Rook h8. So
Rook h8 was played.
Understandable that Matthias doesn't want to resign maybe pre-match. Yeah, so he, if he sees that some chances, he will be trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Rook e4 now? Still nothing is wrong with taking. Just let us see Rook e4, if it is a good idea.
What did he? I think he made a move. I think he took because Matthias, it looks like he made the move to recapture. So I think.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes, he took.
Yes. So he took bishop takes.
Okay, that's actually very interesting stuff, because it shows that he plays very simple chess.
But simple chess is good.
Simple chess is very good.
And there is the handshake, the resignation after king e7. Pavel played rook e4 check. And the resignation from Matthias Bluebaum. And Arthur, what a day of chess it has been. We knew that something was likely going to happen with the tournament standings at the top, with the clash between Deac and McShane and Ilyanov against Bluebaum. And the games did not disappoint. As we can see, Pavel Ilyanov just won his game against Matthias Bluebaum, and he overtakes now Luke McShane, who lost to Deac. So Pavel Ilyanov, our new tournament leader. Remember, Luke McShane isn't playing tomorrow, so he's out of the race for first place, and the first place will be decided tomorrow between Pavel Ilyanov and Bogdan Deac, who, by the way, we have to say once again, just incredible how well he played in this incredibly messy game against Luke, where both players were just...
Both players were so good in this game, and just close to the end of the game, I think that Luke was overdoing it slightly, and just fighting and excited in this fight, about this fight. It happens sometimes, and Deac was excellent. Bogdan played the whole tournament great.
We have to send out congratulations to him as well, because he reached 2700 with that win.
Yes, that's of course important moment in his career. But I am sure if he continues like this, he will not stop in this level and will continue to progress. Ilyanov was on this level, and we see what a fantastic player. A very good example of. As we said, simple chess, was not even not bothering to checkmate or whatever. He just played very easy, very good technical chess. Restricted the black knight, and this final position absolutely hopeless, because this knight on f7 would be attacked by bishop e6, and nothing can be done. Two extra pawns, so very, very easy, simple work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the last round will start an hour and a half early, so we will not start at 3, but rather at 1:30 p.m., so 1 hour and 30 minutes earlier than usual. We hope that you will join us. The pairings for tomorrow, Bogdan Deac will be black against Matthias Bluebaum, and Pavel Ilyanov will be black against David Navarra. So anything can still happen, but going into the last round, Pavel Ilyanov leads by half a point. And yeah, that is all from us for today. It's been an incredibly exciting day of chess. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, and we will see you tomorrow, 1:30.
See you tomorrow. Don't miss this last round.
Good night.
it's nice that you have such a blank slate to try moves, and obviously I'm quite pleased to win.
Sometimes you compare some lines to normal chess that you already know. But yeah, just use a computer and try to find some ideas, and mainly try to get the king to some decent square. That was my main preparation. That's why this f3 line. Yeah.
Ich habe ja früher als Kind eben auch schon die Open-Turniere mitgespielt. Ich glaube, im B-Open oder so habe ich angefangen damals. Dortmund war schon für die Schachwelt schon immer ein großes Event. Also früher war es halt eigentlich immer mit das stärkste Turnier.
It's a great possibility to be here. I'm very thankful for that. I mean, I just have to step in the train in the morning and ride the train for 10 minutes, and then I'm at that venue, which is great, and I can play alongside the strongest players in the world. So that's just a great opportunity to play here.